This might be a nice way. I mean, it's kind of easy, but hey. I think I found a quick way to implement Mithril. Let me check how consistent he is. That's sad. I was looking forward to that.
Yeah, prefab list and prefab load just seem to do the same thing.
Probably. Oh wait, yeah, you already have it in the shops. I keep forgetting that for some reason.
And these train rides are fun because there's just so much cool stuff you can go through.
Oh my gosh, how am I forgetting to spell diamonds?
I'm gonna ask TLV Dev about if he can make a thing for me to expand the borders. Oh shit, yo, there's a huge update that just happened right now.
For what?
So he fixed shop renaming.
Good.
Admin shop / shop list now shows the new name. Opening the shops now requires the new renamed shop name. Linked shop NPC data updates with the renamed shop. Command improvements update shop commands to use proper subcommands instead of awkward named arguments. So now it's admin shop list, open, and then name, create the name, edit the name, move the name. Oh my god, that's so much better than what I'm dealing with right now. It's so freaking complex. I might have to update my tutorials thing though. Admin updated player shop commands the same way. Shop list. Oh, okay, yeah. It's just. Oh, there's a thing for linking. I wonder, do we have player shops enabled?
I think we're using them right now. No.
Updated shop NPC commands to use clearer subcommands. So you can do admin shop NPC spawn shop, remove shop, list shop. I don't understand what those NPC commands are. I guess it's just stuff that I normally do through the GUI. Teleporting got updated. Oh, okay. So TPA player, you don't have to do the weird ass hyphen hyphen player equals shit.
Yeah, nobody cares about the diamond ore, like creating shit to support that much. That's unfortunate.
We don't need the hyphen hyphen warp bullshit either. Still opens list available warps. So warp is the same. Warp hyphen hyphen player equals player warp. Still works for teleport. It must be an admin command. Playtime has cleaner subcommands now. It's playtime, playtime rewards, playtime top, playtime admin, playtime player name, playtime help. Okay, that means I'm gonna have to fix a couple things.
There's a lot of interesting mods for Hytale now. A lot of these people don't keep shit up to date though, so it gets less fun.
Yo, where's the update? Like he has this whole log about it. Is it already applied and I just forgot about applying it? What version of High Essentials X are we on?
I don't know. Have you restarted the server or dead stopped it?
Well, it says 1.47. I need to check on CurseForge.
Don't look at the version, because first of all, you're probably not going to be able to see it on CurseForge. Second of all,
Because
you
it
need
was
to look at the
updated
date.
54 minutes ago, and it does show
Oh
it's
wow.
1.48.8. It's just
Yeah, but it's the version for the mod, not the version that it's
yeah,
compatible with for
it's just
Hytale.
not it's not showing up on Kinetic as like a as updatable. That takes I guess a while.
Well, if you wanted to be, you could just download the file and upload to the server. It's going to come up the same anyway. It'll still show the logo and everything. I already did it for my server, and it's the same thing. It's no different.
It shows yeah, it's not fast to show new updates. Maybe it takes like a full hour. So I just have to like manually find it. There, I got it installed. Now we can just do a hard stop and well, I can't restart right away because I have to program a few things that
And 5 is bringing some new modders on the rise.
fuck it, I'll just start it up right away. But I'm gonna have to stop and start it again. I have to fix Jock. Whoops, that one's already disabled. JoxWorks join screen. JSON, because now the command is better. It's simpler. All right, so I have to do playtime. Yeah.
Oh, buddy. I found another quality of life mod that might be interesting. I know I love this in games, especially for games like this. More games that do this, actually, the mini-map shit. I love mini. This guy assistant? Oh, he's very consistent. Good. Okay. Yeah, I can work with this guy. He's good. He updated 11 hours ago too, so we should be good. If you like that one, I think it'd be great. He created it 4 months ago. He's does it every few days to a week, and he just updated it 11 hours ago. So see what you think of him.
Yeah, I made a request for an expanding border thing.
That's all right, but
That'll be cool because then I don't have to manually like expand my
I
border.
wasn't talking about. Yeah, I wasn't talking about you. You're good. I was talking about this stupid mod here. How it works. Yeah, that's. I mean, for people that really like pets, okay, that's great, but I need them to have a little bit more purpose than that. Like they need to either attack or hold things. Uh,
Oh, nice. I
what?
have nothing that's out of date other than my prefabs give an out of date message constantly, even though they're brand new.
I don't know why prefabs are doing that now. Prefabs that's not something that's supposed to become out of date. All it does is form buildings.
Well,
There should
I
not be.
deleted all my prefabs and then like made a new prefab, and it was instantly saying it was out of date. So I don't know what
Yeah,
the deal is.
I
Like the
comment on
prefab
Hytale for that.
I made just a minute ago is like out of date. What? How do you?
Mhm.
I got to figure out how to fix that.
That's not normal. Prefabs aren't supposed to go out of date. Come on.
Well, I must be going the wrong way.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's some peculiar sounds in the ice here.
Seems alright. Interesting. Don't know. What to think of this one? It's a little bit far-fetched for our type of server. You see what you think. I think I would rather go with that other mod I found before. That is if they're up to date. Neat. Buddy. Wish speed would update. Send it to you. First one won't update though. Oh, never mind the pets. They're out of date again. Dumbass AI again.
I gotta look at my tutorial thing right now. Let's see. Admin shop, open admin shop. Balance, battle top, pay. Why did they make
Yeah,
those really weird rules where you have to do like hyphen hyphen equals like all that extra random shit for the commands?
Who knows? Oops, nobody wants to. This one was literally created just 42 minutes ago. Wow, okay. Yeah, there's new mods on the rise constantly. This one just came out, well, no, 42 minutes ago. Did it 12 hours ago. Crazy. This is probably something you would like. And he's very, very consistent with his updates. Impressive, very impressive. He created it 1 month ago, update now. So remember you saying you wanted to add food and probably as well overhaul our current cooking system, which is pretty decent.
Right, what were you saying?
So remember when you wanted to add crop?
Your mic is breaking out. I can't hear you properly.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Remember when you wanted to... Remember when you were saying you wanted them to add new crops and potentially overhaul the cooking system a little bit? Which is actually still pretty good right now.
Well, yeah, what about it?
This guy is very consistent, and it looks like he does a pretty good job on doing that. Discord.
Yeah, we gotta set up a Discord for the server, I think. So I can do polls for people. I want to do a poll on rebranding, because I want to do it, I just don't want people to be confused or whatever about the name change. Oh, Consforce is on. Dude, there's 3 people on the server right now. I think. Or there should be. Good. There should be. You need to get on.
Oh yeah, don't need to get on. Sorry, I've been mod browsing. I love mods. I think you might be interested in that one, the most recent one I sent you. Ignore... No, minimap you might want to look at as well. And 11, yeah, all of them actually. Alright. Huntforge, cool. Where is this dude? There's just a skeleton sitting right here. That's funny. I wish I could see them on the map. I mean, we're not supposed to be able to, but yeah. Or actually, we don't even have better maps on the server anymore, so we should be able to find him. Okay, it doesn't look like he's around spawn.
He's probably out like 10k north.
Yeah. Wonder how the hell he got out there.
That's where I was playing with him. Oh, it took the railroad.
Oh, you've played it with him?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Yo, I gotta... let's see, GM... Are you still in creative?
Yeah.
I gotta fix that. Oh, whoops. Gotta put it into A.
Hey, can you check out this minimap plugin? I feel like it'd be a really good quality of life thing to add. And he's consistent in updates.
What does it do?
Exactly what it says, minimap.
But we already got a minimap, right?
No, minimap is literally a minimap. I've always wanted games like Minecraft to do that. They never have.
Yeah, you just...
Minimap is nice.
Just keep sending this stuff in the Discord.
Yeah, it's in Discord. And there's like mods on the rise constantly right now. I think Update 5 has created a massive wave of new modders. For some reason.
I bet you a lot of it too is people had mods they liked, the mods stopped working, and then they decided to teach themselves how to make the mod because nobody's bothering.
I think that's a lot of... Yeah, I think that's what a lot of it is. Like, for instance, the revive thing, which we need to add, by the way. That was due to somebody not updating their shit, so they created it themselves.
I wonder if I should TP onto him and check him out, or not. Like, I am streaming, so I don't want to give away I don't want to give away a player base.
Yeah, true enough. If you were to do so, use admin UI. By the way, admin UI also lets you go into the player's inventory, by the way. You can literally go in their inventory and see what's
Well,
in
I
it.
can also just do TPA accept. I don't think I have admin UI on here right now. I think it was
don't?
one of the... Yeah, I think it was one of the mods that broke and had to be purged. I have very few mods now. And I'm gonna reduce it more. Like, I'm just waiting on TLV dev to do
Right.
certain things. Like, I want him to do a randomized respawn, for example.
Yeah, that would be nice if he could do that, and then we could get rid of it. Admin UI is on your server and it's active.
The guy can't do anything right. He pushed out an update to make it so that people spawn on top of the water, and it doesn't even work. It's like, dude, did you even test? I'm gonna check if he responded actually to my comments about that on CurseForge. Oh, I'm not signed in. Why am I not signed in?
How much did you tip TLV again? 15?
15 Canadian dollars, yeah, which is like 10 US
Cool.
dollars. Oh shit, there was an update for that one. No, wait, I'm looking at the High Essentials X.
Yeah, if you
All
can
right.
put random respawning, which is not too bad as far as probably creating, like, I don't really know, but I think it would be simple.
Yeah, so this guy says
That'd be
that's
done quickly.
exactly why I created it. I'm developing a server and I'm making more and more mods because many existing ones are never maintained, and if it can help the community as well, then that's even better. And that's
TLV?
it's the revive player one.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Seems like what he's doing. So, you asked him what now? What did you ask him, and then he responded with that? You there? Here, I'll just go look at it. 'Cause I have...
Revive player.
Yeah, I'll go look at it. I'll see what she said to him. Yeah, I like that guy. He brought back a mod that we really wanted. Okay, here you are, yeah. My friend is using your mod, says that it just leaves. No, not on this guy. This guy is fine. You would be saying this to the death corpse dude.
I guess the better mobs guy's thing is not working.
This to who?
Oh, the guy who
Should
does
be-
better mobs is on vacation. That's why he's not doing any updates.
Oh. Is it the Allight mobs? Oh no, you never used that one. He meant to say this to the...
Oh, Pedro Joe responded to one of my things.
Pedro? Or Pedro, the one that...
Pedri
is known
Joe?
as PJ?
Pedri. Such a
Yeah.
weird name. Pedri Joe?
Yeah, but he creates a lot of good stuff. Alright, he meant to say this to the Death Corpse guy. I'm correcting you because you said this to the wrong guy.
Oh. So does his mod fully work though?
I haven't been able to test Revive Player. That's the one I haven't been able to test because I need another player to test it. So if you want to add it to your server or join mine, we can test it.
I have to do like a backup and I have to hope the world doesn't corrupt itself.
Yeah, so you can just join mine because mine already has it. That's actually why I've created it. I'm developing a server and I keep making more and more.
Well,
mods
I don't want
because-
Cons Force to feel lonely, so maybe when he's off or whatever, I'll come and test.
Right, yeah. Good.
It looks
Glad to
good
hear,
when we
buddy.
have lots of people on.
Right. Every server owner likes that. Alright,
I need to like figure out. I need to make my own baritone and program a couple bots, get like 5 extra accounts, and make it look like there's 5 people on at all times, and just have them
Why
go
not?
around griefing people or something. The bots, or building, whatever, roaming around aimlessly killing stuff. God, I want to get my gardening stuff done because that's my big priority right now. But after that, I need to start learning, like, to be part of in a serious way with the Hytale development.
Hytale's only going to appreciate that. Not even considering trying to eventually work for Hytale themselves, because that's going to really severely help you and you can make some cash.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody has the chance in the world to do that, it is you. Definitely you. I wish I could work for Hytale, that'd be awesome.
What the shit? Oh my god. No, I have
yeah, so this guy...
I hate...
This guy,
I hate when I put a prefab by accident in the wrong spot, and then I have to use the fill tool to get the water back.
Well, if it's not related to water, use Shift-C. Yeah, Shift-C, if you don't already know that.
Wait, what? What about Shift-C?
Shift-C undoes any mistake that you've done with pasting or prefab.
Yeah, but I can also just do undo, and it doesn't undo the water damage.
Yeah, and that's what's annoying, is it doesn't undo the water damage, which is very, Minecraft still has the upper hand when it comes to water.
Yeah, water's fucked in this game. When are they gonna do the water update?
People have been going after it for it.
What are they
working
on right now?
More massive stuff instead of doing... I don't like it when games do that, where they leave all this little shit in the background and then finally work on it when... Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah.
I told him great.
I think trees are hopefully fully fixed. I haven't checked it. But, like, they need to fix everything they've already put in the game. They need to fix the generation of rail networks where the rails are not facing the right direction. Like, do these guys not even check their stuff? Like, come on, man. They'd see it right away if they would do a test after every update.
Told that guy, great to hear, sir. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. We're gonna need you.
Told who that?
The guy that created Revive Player. What he said was very nice to hear, that's for sure. If he can help us develop some mods that we want, that would be nice. Or revamp, really, as he said. What did Padre, or whatever his name, PJ, say to you? He said he replied to you?
That he added sense to his one mod, but he needs to do it for the other one as well.
Oh, that was... He's already got it updated on both market and economy, so it's fully working now. Already tested it. You heard me?
Yeah.
Alright, good. Yeah, economy and market have it now, so both in sync properly, and the reward system, I also tested it. And when you reward, it adds a cents amount as well, so it's all working properly.
I want his auction thing to work. That's what I need, because I have no auction mod.
As far as I know, he doesn't even have auction in there yet. There was one specific mod that did that, and I didn't like it, and it was very, very glitchy and buggy, and I got rid of it quickly.
I need something to, like, auction, for players to auction their stuff.
I bet you I could find that in 2 seconds here. 1 second. Player.
That works with everything. I asked TLV Dev to do it. He's not... He just kind of does stuff now. Like, he ends up doing pretty much everything I ask him, but he just... It'd be nice if he like commented on the feature request whether he's gonna do them or not, because he doesn't bother to comment. He just gets to work.
Yeah, the problem is, like, even if there is a mod that does the auction shit, it has to be compatible with your current mod, which is not going to happen. So you're going to have to get him to do the auction system. I think PJ would do it. The problem is he has tons of mods on his hands right now. So I think he's trying to work with what he has and keep them all up to date.
Yeah.
Yeah, Padre Joe, that's his name, okay. Let me see if he responded to my messages. Nope, nothing. But those are direct messages, so honestly not surprised.
Yeah, if you're in creative mode and you go into your backpack and then you try to get back to creative mode, it's like you can't.
You can. You just have to toggle backpack on or off.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
It took me a few seconds to figure that out. I thought it was a game glitch.
I had this all done before with the highways, and it's like I have to redo it all because of losing the world. With the update. Yeah, did you say Darktail is hiring?
Application system available.
Sorry, what?
They have the ability to apply to their team. So it's called Staff and Creator Application. I can give you the link. Reason I advise against it is because you're going to be working for them, taking time away from your own server. What I suggested for you to do, if you're listening, is to go to Darktail and go to their Darktail team members and directly forward them and see if they will reply to you, which is, it's not very likely that they will, but hey, you can try. Who is on varies, so you're gonna see different
By the way,
people.
is CJ on right now? He is.
And he knows, CJ knows one of them personally, or
He's in the
close to
menu.
personally. Let's put it that way. Yeah. But yeah, he knows one of the owners. He probably could get them to help you a little bit, possibly.
Yeah, Dissy spends a lot of time on here, but it's usually on at a different time. He's probably playing in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it says he left the world? Oh, never mind. You lagged out or something. What was that,
Because of
by the way?
the anti-cheat. Anti-cheat kicked me.
Oh, Andy cheat kicked you. Yeah, if
Mm,
it's still doing false positives, tell him about it, because he's been really good with, like, updating constantly.
that's good.
You know, I think you're in his channel, right? What did it just kick you for?
It thought I was flying. Cheat flying.
Are you still flying, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
You're in fly
Don't
mode?
worry, I don't... Yeah, I don't use it against any player or anything. I just use it for whatever is needed. But whenever I'm face-to-face with a player, I'm not going to use it against them. I'm going to be normal.
There, it's
Okay, well,
disabled.
that's...
Well, you might want to play with Conforce, right? And then you don't want to accidentally fly around.
right. Well, again, it's like I said, I could think I could control it, but that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah, if you start working on the spawn building of yours there, just tell me and I'll put you back in creative.
Look at those plugins I sent you. I
Sorry,
think
what?
some of them would intrigue you. Look at some of these plugins I sent you. I think some of them would be interesting.
Yeah.
The not enough gliders is a bit much, but you can look at that. The tools leveling may be a bit much in your opinion, but I thought it was different from
I'm just gonna take a
RPG.
quick
Better.
look right now. It's in Discord, right?
Yeah, the level up tools. It's a bit much, but it's definitely different from most RPG-like mods I've seen, and I think it could be useful.
Oh hell
because
no! I
people
don't
get
want
bored.
tool leveling. No way.
Okay, so
I don't like
that's
leveling
how
systems. Not enough gliders.
I don't like it either, but that was a little different.
Yeah, not enough gliders. I just want to wait till they fix the gliders themselves.
Yeah, yeah, me too. It was good in like the first part of update 5, and then they just broke it with this update.
How to create custom UIs in Hytale. Like, first plugin in 10 minutes. I gotta replace the Jocks join screen shit.
Yeah.
You got Def Corps. Does Def Corps work?
It does. It does. There's a few little funny glitches, but it's nothing that will break anything.
Yeah, but like the animation is not right?
Yeah, what it did is it did the corpse and everything, but it looks like I was alive standing, like how I died, instead of laying me down like a dead corpse. Like the mod describes. So it works, it's functional, but it looks like I'm standing alive.
When did you last test it? Because it was created 4 months ago, but it got updated 1 day ago.
I updated it last night, or really today, because it was like 2 in the morning, so, or 1:30, something like that.
Okay, let's open up that revive player thing. Let's see.
That one I haven't been able to test yet because I need another player to test it.
Oh yeah. We'll do that later.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how to make a proper like Discord server?
I do not yet. I could probably figure it out. Yeah.
Oh, there's a Dark Tales Discord.
Yeah, I sent you that, yeah. There's also the application thing I sent you as well. Because you asked about that. Yeah, so what you can do is add server, create my own server. Clubber community. I'm pretty sure that's what it would be.
Yo, it got updated 12 hours ago, the minimap.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah, when it comes to any mod source that I give you, make sure that they are all reliable sources and have consistent updates every few days to a week. So, yeah. Homesteading, I think you would very much like that, because I remember what you said about it before. This is definitely that.
Oh man, I really want to try this mini-map thing.
I know, I was intrigued by that. I like the mini-map. That was really, that got me excited. Homesteading seems like a lot of, because you like farming and all that shit, I think that would be very intriguing for you as well. Check that out real quick before you start it back up. Yeah, if you just go to CurseForge and like filter out everything for update 5.
New crops?
What are new crops to Hytale?
In the mod here.
Oh, I didn't even check. I just noticed all the features that it says, and it's just, oh yeah, this is definitely Fringe. So I sent it to you.
I think he added grapevines.
Probably, yeah. I think that's one of them.
Ton of receipts.
Oh, minor summons.
Was the last updated 13 hours ago.
A lot of them are getting very frequently now, yeah.
3 new fruit trees, 4 new crop bushes, 3 new crops, and a green base buffer wall tide.
I sent you this one, I think, yesterday, but you never looked at it.
Oh wow, dude! He added the cooked chicken, beef, and pork. Like in the game right now,
cool.
if you cook those, they just become raw wild meat, which is so retarded. They need a.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Those are things they need to fix, and that's why the mod community's here until they get it natively. Here is this one. I know you don't like adding artificial tools, but this one blends into vanilla very well, and it's something that people like to add because of the tools frustration. A lot of people add this one for Minecraft constantly.
Multi-tools?
But yeah, multi-tools is a common thing for both Minecraft and now Hytale. But you don't have to. It's alright.
No,
this guy
like
updated.
that. I think, you know what would be cool is if we had a bit of a, like, what do you call it, a fatigue system with the tools. Then the multi-tool could have a higher fatigue level than the regular hatchet or pickaxe, because it's like.
What do you mean by fatigue?
Like, it would cause your player would slow down and stuff. Using it. Then it could be cool.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm talking about stamina. You'd lose your stamina.
Oh, that would actually be funny. Losing stamina because of using a tool. That's kind of strange.
Well, usually people can't hammer away at rocks and cut trees nonstop without having to take some breaks.
Yeah, like Minecraft. Yeah. Alright, Party Pro leveling, no leveling. Okay. Mermaids, what the hell? What? Life crops, yeah, it's not happening. I love this one. This is like Zelda themed, not something we would add, but just how it is and everything, it's pretty nice. Nice little idea that somebody made. Good for a personal world or whatever. Pretty good quality too. Books and paper. Interesting. Mail system, hidden lore. Oh. You might think this is a good basic thing here. Is he consistent? I don't know. mean, if he keeps it up, but this one, take caution in, because he's, I guess you could say, consistent updating, but I don't know if he's to be trusted as well, so you see what you think on that guy. But I think you would probably like books and paper, so there you go.
What the hell?
But
when I undid my cutting out of a chunk, I thought it would still be in there, or like a chunk of whatever. It didn't keep it once I undid it. I guess I'll just have to make a selection to disappear this thing.
have you ever seen the mod Below Every Heaven? It was award-winning in the competition recently.
No.
Yeah, that was an interesting horror mod. I looked at it, it was interesting. Another one I would add in, eventually that is Forgotten Creatures.
Yeah,
That one.
it killed my server that one time we added it, right?
No, that wasn't Forgotten. That wasn't Forgotten Creatures. That was Mob Events, which Mob Events is drastically different from.
I think I added both at the same time, so I'm not really sure which killed it.
It was Mob Events. It's because
Yeah.
you triggered it to fail it itself. Forgotten Creatures is made completely differently from Mob Events. Forgotten Creatures doesn't even allow you to access anything. Like I don't even think there's a config file for it. It just adds into the game and you start seeing them generate to the world. The entities. That's it. Yeah, that's all it does. It's the same thing as Better Mob Expansion. Same thing. So yeah, that one wouldn't be drastic, let's put it that way, as Mob Events. So I think you should be fine there. But of course, back up before anything. Always. Blood Moon is probably another one you should probably wait with Mob Events until they're more seasoned, I guess. I didn't even know he created a module. Interesting. That's weird.
Do you know what Hytale is working on right now with the update 6?
I haven't checked on that in a while. I would like to know what's going on there, yeah. It'd be interesting.
They're already on update 6 pre-release 2, and nobody's covering it apparently. Like the Loaded Survival, I think, was always covering this, but he's not doing it anymore. There's a new guy, Oatman 5000, doing it. Block palette editor, new sounds and such. Update 6, pre-release 2, new death animations, very cash money. Oh yeah, I don't know. I'll see what Oatman has to say about all
Hello,
this.
this is Oatman, and
They
welcome
need
back
to work
another
on more
Hytale update
basic
video.
stuff, such as the water system, instead of going for drastic shit like that.
Today we're going to take a look at update.
Yeah, Ark Survival Ascended devs, those guys never fixed any problems that were on like from day one, and they just kept adding more and more content without ever pushing a single bug fix.
Yeah, dude. You're gonna be so happy.
And the game is so incredibly shitty and laggy. Like it, even on like the best hardware, it's terrible.
Yeah, but it definitely runs good for being in its current state of being. Most beta alpha games.
I'm talking about
Ark. I was gonna say
Hytale runs incredibly well.
Mm-hmm.
It's Ark Survival Ascended. You can have the best like topmost thing, and you still can barely hit 60 FPS at 4K, and it somehow gets worse over time, not better. And countless.
Check your Discord. You're gonna like.
They had millions of players, and they were all just like begging them with each new expansion, fix the glitches, fix the problems. They never did, and now they're down to like maybe 3,000 active players. I think, last I checked. Maybe it's even worse now. They have barely anyone online. They have also so many servers that are just dead all the time on Ark. And they only listen to the people who want more and more OP stuff added to the game, and that's all they do. And they treat them like a cash cow. So they just add more and more stuff that makes the game completely imbalanced, makes all the other creatures pointless each time a new OP creature gets added. It's just, they're idiots working on Ark. I want to remake Ark in Hytale. That would be the coolest thing. We could have the taming of the dinos and everything. We could have the original dinos from the first thing before they added all the expansions. And then I could just like not put in the shitty creatures that are overpowered. Alright, I'm gonna listen to what Ian has to say.
Number 6, pre-release number 1. So part 1, pre-release 6. It's crazy because update 5 just dropped yesterday, or not yesterday, Tuesday. So bear with me, and we will take a look at some of the new things that we got. There's not a ton to go over, but some pretty exciting stuff right off the bat. Also, a couple things that are confirmed. So let's just jump right into it and get after it. The first thing you'll notice here is in your new creative inventory, we've got different palettes. So over here in the quick menu, you've got a little palette thing. I've added all these palettes myself, but you can open the palette editor to look for all items and or blocks, decorations, so on and so forth that are of a certain color, all within the different spectrum, and it will automatically make the color palette for you. Then you can save the palette, and I might do like something like this. You can add gradients, all kinds of different things like that. And then I can save this as, we'll do Poopy. I have no other, it's fine. So then when you look in here, when you go to Poopy, it will then, you can hit this button and it will automatically throw that into your hotbar and you can get after it. And you've got our Poopy palette here. Perfect. So that is what we've got there. So I've also thrown all these blocks and stuff like that together. Pretty cool stuff. So that is kind of the main headlight feature. You can set it to look for, like I said, decoration blocks, all blocks, full blocks, anything under the sun. Pretty darn cool stuff. Here we go. I built a sketchy river over here. I did try to verify if boats worked in this update yet, and the answer to that question is no. One of the next things they added... oh boy, broke some stuff. One of the other things they added is underwater grass will no longer grow, and I believe it says... Unfortunately, I don't think my homemade river here is the best option to be able to demonstrate this feature per se. But look here. Okay, so my river went over this grass, and it is killing the grass. So slowly but surely, the grass is dying, and that is how we know. That's the thing that can happen. Another good thing, when you throw stuff into the creative inventory, it's going to delete it now instead of just chucking it all over the place. I don't believe that was the case in the last version, but we can take a look at that for sure. Here we are back in main release. This is update 5. You throw stuff in here, it's not deleting them, it's just chucking them all over the place. Actually, it seems kind of inconsistent in all honesty. That to say, it is going to delete the items now. Get. Yeah. You see what I'm saying. You see what I'm getting at. I believe that is the case. New breaking sounds for these blocks right here. Oh, and landing for cloth. Let's see if we can make that happen. Listen carefully. Perfect. Very nice. And here we are in the main release, checking that out. The new break sounds for trash piles are a combination of the clay pot and the brazier metal break sounds. So this is the old ones. Yeah, much quieter. Let's take a look at the cloth. Let's take our cyan cloth as our... So, okay. Yeah, definitely different. Definitely different. Beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, that is about everything that's been added to the new updates, or the new update 6. A couple other things that we have that we can take a look into are, let's go jump over to Twitter real quick and take a look. Definitely something we can look at here is this tweet right here. I'm not sure the super credibility of Hytale alerts necessarily, but normally they've been pretty dependable. But here they say that browsable and downloadable adventure maps are coming for Update 6, and in-game mini-games are coming, so stay tuned for some of that stuff. I imagine they're laying some of the groundwork for a lot of that work right now. Pretty exciting stuff. Hytale's popping off, guys, with the server discovery and with a lot of the other stuff. Now's a great time to be alive in Hytale. Another one we can look at here is Preston here, friend of the channel, says that Simon has already confirmed that custom UIs and mod browser will be available in Update 6, so there's 2 big ones already there in that for you. That being said, that is super worth holding on tight for. I don't know where those tweets are, where the original credibility on that is, but if that is the case and that is true, super duper awesome. I look forward to what's coming in Update 6. It's going to have so much cool stuff. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's about all there is to this update right now. It's a quick little pre-release. We still have some of the amazing server discovery stuff in Update 5 that just came out, so not complaining whatsoever. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like. If you didn't, don't leave a dislike because it's mean. Feel free to subscribe if you want to see more of this content. Follow me on Twitter. I'm pretty active on there, getting crazy and randy up in there. Simon tweeted at me yesterday when I was like, hey, is there going to be an update? He tweeted at me and was like, always be shipping. So that's pretty darn cool. Simon is aware of our existence, ladies and gentlemen. If you're going to purchase the game, use code OATMAN at checkout. That'll support the channel. Again, thank you for watching. I really appreciate all the support on the Hytale stuff. And we will catch you in the next video. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Farron and this is Lorelei, and in this video I'm going to show you why trigger volumes are going to change what it means to build in Hytale forever, and how to make cool things like this dance floor. Update 5 has some cool new stuff in it. There's a friends list and there's a server list too, but the big thing that has me most excited about Update 5 is trigger volumes. It's not a new concept in games, but in Hytale, it's going to be epic. In this video, I'm going to show you cool things you can do, and I'm even going to show you how to do them. So get ready and watch to the end if you want to learn the magic of trigger volumes. Also, I'm no expert at this, the tools have only been out a couple of days, and I've only just made this video to try and help you get started and to inspire you, so if there's any extra wisdom you have, let me know down in the comments below. Setting up your first trigger volume is really straightforward, and a trigger volume basically just does something when something happens to or in that volume. And you can do a simple effect like changing something's velocity or teleporting something somewhere else. In this next part of the video, I'm going to be spending 4 or 5 minutes trying to explain how to get started with your very first volume, and hopefully that will help anyone who has no idea what to do with volumes. But if you already know what you're doing with volumes, then you can skip past that. I'm going to include timestamps, and you definitely don't want to miss what's later on in the video, because I'm going to be going back to my old builds and making them so much cooler with trigger volumes. So to create something basic like this, all you have to do is grab your trigger volume tool and left click down. You'll get a small block, and depending on how you move your mouse, it can be big or small, but don't worry too much about how big this is, because once you've clicked left click to put it in place, you can now drag the sides by selecting the white squares on them, and then you can drag it to and fro to the size that you want. And if you make sure that you've got snap to blocks on when you press tab, then it should always stick to the edges of blocks. And if you don't want it to stick to the edges of blocks, then obviously you can untick that option. When you have a trigger volume selected, it will go yellow like this. If you click off it, it will go blue. That means you don't have it selected. In order to edit a volume, you have to have it selected. So you want to select it. When it's yellow, you can then press E. And E will bring up the menu that allows you to do all the various editing. I like to go to the volume tab first, and I like to go in and name it something. You generally want to name it whatever is going to help. Here, I'm just going to call it test jump. Here you have options for what it targets. So in this place here, you can choose whether it targets a player, an NPC, an item drop, projectile, or everything. And you can choose if the projectile source is a shooter or a projectile. I normally leave this one as shooter just because I haven't found many things that would require you to use the effects from the projectile itself. But you can do that if you want to. There's all these other things about timing here, so you can create delays, you can put cooldowns on things, you can make the cooldown per person or per entity that triggers the effect, or you can make it for a total, in which case anything, it will always just have a cooldown. When you go to the effects tab, this is how you add effects to your volume. The first drop down here gives you 7 options. So on enter is when the player, the projectile, the NPC, whatever you've selected, enters the volume, something happens. On exit is the same, but when you leave the volume. On tick is when you stand in the volume and the ticks just sort of go tick, 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 tick over time. And you can set the interval of the tick for how long you want it to be. On tag added is when a tag gets added to the trigger volume. On tag removed is when the tag is removed. On block placed is when a block is placed in that volume. And on block broken is when a block is broken in the volume. All pretty easy to understand, I hope. Over here we have conditions, success effects, and rejection effects. Success effects are what happens if the right thing happens. Rejection effects are what happens if the wrong thing happens. So for example, if you wanted someone to place a gold brick in your volume and they place a stone brick in your volume, that would be wrong, so you'd get a rejection effect. If they place the gold brick, it's a success, so then you get a success effect. Rejection effects are really useful for a situation when you want to let players know what they're doing wrong. So if you walk in and you place the wrong block, you can get a message up when you get a rejection effect that says you've placed the wrong block, try something else. Conditions are things that you can set to make sure that the player has the right situation. So if the player needs to be holding the right kind of item or place the right kind of block in a particular place, you can set that with a condition. While we're on conditions, let's look at the different types. Block type means you can specify the block type by choosing a specific block type that you want to be the condition. This will mean that that block type has to be placed in order for the effects to trigger as successful. Other conditions include game modes, like you have to be in the right game mode, items, like you have to have the right item in your hand or in your hotbar, permissions, player counts, as in you have to have a minimum or an exact number of players, random chance is just a random chance to tick something, and a tag condition in terms of if a tag is present or not. So we'll just look at these, all the effects that you can do from success effects, and it'll be the same for all the rejection effects. In this list, we have things like controlling doors, damaging entities, giving entities effects, giving items, pasting prefabs is going to be really important, modifying tags is going to be really important. You can place sounds, you can place a block, VFX. You can also replace block types, which I'm using a lot in this video, and you can even change velocity, you can teleport, and you can trigger NPC markers, which is the way that you are able to trigger in and spawn NPCs into the game using volumes. Showing the event title is similar to the thing that happens when you discover a new zone. You kind of get like gold text in the middle of your screen. So that's quite a good one for big announcements. You'll see me use it later on for the racetrack. Oh, and I definitely shouldn't forget about send message, because that's going to be absolutely crucial for loads of adventure maps. If you want to send a message, then you can make it that like NPCs are talking to the player, telling them what to do. To copy what I've done with the jump, I'm just using what you can find as a loaded preset already, but basically it's a very simple setup of on enter, success effects, and then set velocity, and then you hit add. and then your set velocity will appear here, and in here, on enter, with no interval and no delay, we can change the velocity. If you want to go straight up in the air, this is basically X, Y, and Z. So if you want to go straight up, you're going to want to look at the Y value. If you put that onto something like 30, and then don't tick additive unless you want it to kind of stack, and then just have it on absolute for now. And when you hit save and close, and you walk into this area, it will launch you up into the air. And if you make that number larger than 30, you'll go higher, and if smaller than 30, you'll go lower. Just bear in mind that if you're not in creative mode, a jump this high is going to hurt you. Another quick and easy effect you can do with trigger volumes is to teleport. And if you look at these volumes I've got set up here, they mean I don't have to warp around my world anymore. If we look, you can see that I've got the teleport on enter, and in here I've got coordinates and the world I want it to happen in, and I've even got some rotation so that I can control where I come out and what I'm looking at. And if we go in there, it will take us to where we want to go. And here I am at my evil tower build, where, oh, we seem to have a slight bug because Lorelei has gone invisible. Also, fun fact, if you want to make a parkour map or an adventure map really difficult for people, then if you take one of these teleporters and you take your teleport effect and you set this third bit here in the rotation to, I don't know, 180 for example, this is your pitch and roll, I think. And so because this one is roll, if you set it to 180, something pretty funny happens when you walk in. And that is that the world is upside down now. And I have no idea what to do and navigate. Gravity is still the same, but yeah, it's pretty awkward. This could be a very tricky part of your map to try and get through. Something else you can do with trigger volumes is make it so that when you shoot a projectile at a block, something happens. If I head over here and I grab my arrow and my bow, then I can shoot this at this block, and you should see that when I hit it with an arrow, the block goes blue and we got a noise. And just to confirm that, if I shoot it at this wall, that's the noise you get. And the way that works is by going into the volume settings and making sure that you have the projectile target type set. And then just making sure that when you enter on a successful event, that it will play a sound and then it will replace the block types. So we're going from red wall to blue wall, and then blue wall back to red wall after a delay of a few seconds. And here we are at the Sky Lodge right now, and the next trigger volume I'm going to show you is all about placing blocks. So if we head over here, you can see that there's an empty fireplace. And it's a bit cold, so I think we're going to need to light this up. If I grab these pile of sticks and I put them in here, then we light the fire. The way that works is I've placed a trigger volume here that's just 2 blocks by 1 block. And if we click on it and have a look, we can see that on a block placed with a condition that it has to be wood sticks, that it replaces the block type with empty to decoration fire, and then it plays a sound, it adds a VFX for a fire pit, and then after a few seconds, so 15 seconds here, it turns the fire back into empty. You can even make it so that trigger volumes only do something when you have a particular thing in your hand, in your inventory, or in your hotbar. For example, if I walk into this area, it says come back when you have a better sword. So I think I better get a good sword. Here in this chest, there just so happens to be one. If I now walk into the volume, the door opens and I can pass through. You can imagine that this is going to be great in adventure maps when you want to make sure that someone has the right gear before they progress. And to make this work, I actually have 2 separate trigger volumes. I have one here at the front that I'm calling Sword Hero, and this is the one that detects if you've got the sword. If you haven't, it gives you a rejection effect, which tells you that you need to get a better sword. The second one is where the gate opens, and what's important about this setup is that these 2 trigger volumes talk to each other, and the way they talk to each other is with tags. Tags are really useful for getting trigger volumes that are separate to do things in sequence, and that's what I'm going to show you how to do next. So let's look in this trigger volume. In here, you can see that the first thing I've got is an item condition. When you have an adamantite sword in your hand, then you can trigger success. If you don't have an adamantite sword in your hand, you'll get a rejection effect, which will say come back when you have a better sword. And that's just a send message. And it happens instantly because there's no delay. The last thing that happens is a modifier of the tags. So what's happening here is that in the tag section, I've put open sesame as a tag. It is, of course, the magic word. Here, what happens now in the tag key after an effect delay of 0.1 when you enter the volume is you set this tag, open sesame, on any of the other volumes in the area that match this tag key. So what you'll see here is we've got gate in there. So if I come out of this volume and I look at this volume, in the tags for this volume, we have gate. So what that's doing is that's saying that this volume is looking for any other volume that has gate, and then it will set open sesame on that volume, as long as it's within the radius. One thing to always check with your volumes is that you've made sure to set a good radius of where the volumes are, because if this value is 0, then the volumes won't talk to each other. And that's basically what tags do. Tags are a way for different volumes to talk to each other over distances. Once we've added the open sesame tag to the other volume, so let's go over to the other volume and see that. At the moment, there's no open sesame tag, but when the other volume gets triggered, the open sesame tag gets added to this one. And to show you that in action, here's me walking in with the sword, which breaks the gate once again. But this time I'm going to quickly show you that here in the tags, open sesame has now appeared. And that means that because a tag was added, the open sesame one, we are replacing our block type of iron bars with empty. And that's the core of how you use tags to communicate between different volumes. I'm here at my racetrack now, and I'm going to show you my next trigger volume, which is a countdown to this race. So if I walk up to the race line, you'll see that I have to start the race with 2 players. That's a rejection effect because I don't have 2 players in the start line right now. But Lorelei, if you want to join me up on the start line, then let's get this race started. And as you can see, the countdown's about to begin shortly, and I'll leave you with it for a second to hear what's going on. And here we are at my Chalk Town build, and someone commented on that video and said I forgot to put in a carrot trap, and they were 100% right. But wait, Lorelei, don't go in there! Oh no. Lorelei, I don't think this is going to end well. Oh well, sorry. And this setup uses 3 volumes. We've got one volume that basically pastes the prefab of the trap. We've got another volume that detects the player and removes the prefab. And then we've got a final volume at the bottom that activates a poison effect on the character. I'll talk to you about how I get prefabs to spawn with these trigger volumes when I show you the next thing. And here I am at my castle build, which was part of my very first video. It feels like such a long time ago. And I just couldn't resist changing the castle a bit with some trigger volumes. So, hey Lorelei, how you doing? Can I come into the castle? And so you can see that I have added here a drawbridge that now lifts. So we have 2 conditions for the drawbridge. We have down, where you can cross it, and we also have up. And let me show you how this works. I've got 2 trigger volumes here, one that's a block just above here, and the other for pasting the prefab of the drawbridge. So what you do is you basically break the lever, and it will spawn the prefab with the drawbridge up, and if you place the lever, then it will spawn the prefab with the drawbridge down. I'm now going to talk to you about exactly how I did that and show you how to work with prefabs while you're doing trigger volumes. Building on the tags that we talked about earlier, we can see that what's happening here is when the lever gets added in place, a tag is going to be added. Using the modified tags, we're going to set drawbridge on onto the drawbridge volume. So the drawbridge volume has this tag in it, which matches here, and this tag here, the tag key, will get added to the other volume for the drawbridge when this lever is placed on the block. When the lever is taken off the block, so on block broken over here, it modifies the tag to remove the drawbridge on, which is what swaps between the 2 states of prefabs. So in this volume that you can see right next to it, once we get a tag added, so that drawbridge on tag, we are going to replace all the block types with empty. That clears the previous prefab that was in place, and then we paste the prefab we want, which in this case was castle drawbridge down. You do often have to use the show preview option to make sure that the prefab will line up in the right space, and it is a bit awkward if you get the prefab spawning in the wrong space because you might have to mix things around and stuff. But if you use this replace block type, generally it will get rid of all the blocks for you. And I think I show later on that if you use the empty editor blocks from the creative menus, you can often force empty space in your prefabs, and that will really help. On tag removed, it replaces all of the blocks with empty again to reset away the prefab that's already in place, and then very quickly afterwards it pastes the next one, which is castle drawbridge. And just to show that one more time, castle drawbridge up when there's no lever, and when you place a lever, the castle drawbridge goes down. It's just 2 different prefabs. I'm going to show some animations later on which use a few prefabs in sequence, and what that basically does is it makes it look a bit more like keyframes being animated because you have a couple more steps between these two stages. I found it easier to build my prefabs next to each other here in the sky so I could see how they compare and where the various blocks line up, like these castle blocks from the gate. And maybe some of you who've seen my videos might remember my spaceship build, and I just couldn't resist doing some cool stuff to my spaceship. So if I fly up here to the bridge, Lorelei, would you do the honours of starting the ship? And if we take a look at the ship from the back, we can actually see what's happening when you turn the ship on. We get the landing gear goes up, we get the engines on, we even get the lift for the cargo moving upwards as well, and that front gear that also lifts. So now the ship can exist in two different states, on and off, and it looks cooler than ever. As for the trigger volumes on this one, you can see that we've got a fair few set up, and I had to do some big pasting of prefabs here to get this to work. It's just a slightly more complicated version of what was going on with the drawbridge. With the release of Update 5, the devs dropped a video showing you all the cool things you could do with trigger volumes, and I want to see if I can do some of those cool things myself. So I've got a fairly complicated setup here, and I'm trying to make a sequence of different volumes that I can use to make it look like they're moving. And the way I'm going to do that is almost like animating with basic keyframes, where you just get one to sort of appear after the other. So these different blocks are going to appear 0.25 seconds after each other. Let's get Lorelei to demonstrate how this area works. Go on, Lorelei, no pressure. Ooh. 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 And perfect. If anything, I made it a bit too easy. What I have over here is a volume to get this whole thing started. So when a player moves into this one, it will set a tag on any other volumes within a certain radius. You can get this volume to also look for specific volumes that have a tag within them to make sure it doesn't affect any volumes within the radius that you don't want it to. These path volumes over here are very simple. All they basically do is replace the air with stone and then the stone with air at a duration after that. I've got a half a second between them, and then I've got each path staggered by about 0.25 seconds. I'm back here at my Moor build, and not many people saw this video, but I really love this build, so I wanted to come back and add something to it. So you may remember down in this build, we had an eyeball here, and really, I thought I could make this super cool. So if we step here onto this platform, the eye now looks at us and blinks. I think that's so cool. And I basically used 3 or 4 different stages of prefabs to kind of make this look like it's animated. And I think that's so cool because in so many different maps and builds, we're going to be able to slightly animate things for a bit more movement. But that's not all I did to the Moor, because if we go up to the top of the Moor, I tried to add moving tentacles. And this just hopefully makes the tentacles feel way more alive and makes this whole build look like it's an actual monster moving about. These aren't the best animated tentacles ever. It was kind of difficult, and I tried to put them together fairly quickly for this video, but I could definitely work on these a bit more and try and get the animation smoother. The other thing is we have these particle effects, and I didn't mind them for now because it kind of makes it look like weird dust or something on the monster, but you could probably try using a set of these blocks, which are editor empty blocks. When you put those in the prefabs, it will force the prefabs to create empty space, and therefore when you're replacing prefabs, these will probably make sure that the empty space helps spawn, and then you don't have to do the replacing block technique that I've used on these, which I'll show you right now. Each one of these tentacles has a volume that basically pastes 3 prefabs in a row and then cycles back to the first one. And in here you can just see they go from a replace block type, which happens just before the prefab gets placed, and then just before the next prefab gets placed, we have another replace block type. So we have to delete all the previous blocks, because in this game, if you paste a prefab, then it will stay unless you remove it all again. So we have to remove all of the blocks. I'm really hoping that they add a remove prefab option in the future, because that would make this a lot easier. And also let me know down in the comments if there's a better way to do this and I just haven't figured that out yet, because that would be awesome and it will share more knowledge with all of the people who watch this. And to quickly show you the prefabs for the eye that I used, let's just type /prefab list and I can show them to you. If we go in here and we type eye, you can see that I've got an eye half open, where the black wool only covers half the eye, and I've also got an eye mostly closed, which is just a really small thin area, and then we've got an eye open, which is the full open eye, and of course an eye closed where we've got the wool, and just with those few we can get that animation for the eye. That's also how the dance floor works at the beginning of the video. If we look at this one, then basically what we can see is there's a trigger volume here, and all that happens in the trigger volume is that on tick, while in this volume, at different delays, we get different prefabs. And I made 10 different dance floor prefab patterns for this to cycle between. To show you those, we've got dance floor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we do also have a 9 and a 10. In one of my earlier videos, I built an arena, and in a follow-up video, I then fought some skeletons in it. And in that video, I had to get Lorelei to manually spawn in waves of skeletons, but with trigger volumes, I don't have to do that anymore. So Lorelei, let's head out there, and let's fight our enemies. When we walk into this volume, it should just spawn a bunch of skeletal knights, and now me and Lorelei have to beat them up. Oh, they're all coming for me! Why are they all attacking me? Help! Do something, Lorelei. Please, help. Oh no. Ah! You got him! Yeah, finally. Ooh, that was quite scary. That was good. If you want to know how to get NPCs to spawn with volumes, then let me show you. If you go into a volume and you make sure that the effect is triggered to on enter with a trigger NPC marker, then you'll get to be able to spawn NPCs. However, you'll see in there that there's a marker type, and these marker types are here for you to select. There are some default ones that you can use, but really, if you want to spawn your own mobs, then you're going to have to use the asset editor. Before I get into that, you need to make sure that show entity markers is on in your menu. Then, if you use a command which is /spawning markers add, and then the marker that you want, that's the one that's named in your drop-down menu in the effect, then you can put that on the ground, and as long as you've got the entity marker shown, you'll be able to see it. And using the entity tool, you can then move it around and place it wherever you want it. And you can see that a skeleton will spawn when I walk in that volume, and you can have as many entity markers as you want in this area, although, you know, within reason, because you might lag out your world. But as long as they fall within the radius that the volume targets, then they'll activate when you walk into it. As for the asset editor, if you go into the asset editor and you make a new pack, and then you look to make a new asset, and the asset type that you're going to want to pick is a spawn marker asset. When you make that, you can name it whatever you like, and then you want to use a copy of one of the markers that Hytale already has to make sure that it has all the rules all there for you. Then when you bring the marker up, you'll have options that you can play around with to spawn the specific mob you want to spawn. One thing you should make sure is that the manual trigger checkmark is checked. That means that you can manually trigger this marker when you walk into a volume. I want to talk about some other things that aren't related to trigger volumes but did come in update 5, and some of those are to do with creative tools and things like that. We now have a place mode where we can draw things and extrude things, and that's quite interesting. Like if we take Aqua Cobble and we're in draw mode now, we can just draw lines and circles of things much quicker than we could place before. There is also an eraser option, which is pretty interesting, and there's a no physics, so for any trees and stuff, that's going to be a lot easier for me. Something else worth noting is that in the creative tools, the smooth brush is now gone because it's part of the sculpt brush. So the sculpt brush has become even more useful and basically the one-stop shop for all your creative needs, especially when you're dealing with terrain. If we go into the menus of this one, you'll see there's now a mode option, and you can go full 3D, height map, or you can even use flat. So before, where I was using Alt and R to make a grid, I no longer have to do that. Now you can just set your sculpt brush to the flat mode, and if you start left clicking and right clicking, then right click will start moving everything to a flatter area. So you can see we're cutting away at this cliff to make it flat, or left click to bring it back out again. I wish I had this for my Pirates Cove build last week. Something that's very small but actually really important for me is a small button that we've now got here called Clear Inventory, and this is going to help me so much because I used to have to manually drag every single block set out of my inventory, and now I can just clear them all in between my builds. So good. Also for building, some of the metal blocks have new textures now. These decorative ones now look like pipes or wires, and I think that's a really cool look, so I'm quite happy with this. And finally, let's talk about commands, because now if you want to do a command, it will help auto fill in that command for you, which is extremely helpful, especially when you don't know quite what the ID of the block you want to place is. And it's also really great because you can just scroll through all the various options to fill in your final thing. So if I didn't know the code for wood, amber, branch, short, well, there it is. And basically I can just select that, hit enter, And now I've made my selection wood amber branch, even though I don't have a selection. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and I hope that you've learned a lot about volumes and that you're confident using them in your own builds now. They're going to change my builds forever, because all the things I'm building going forward, I'm going to think about how I can use volumes in them. If you like what I'm doing, please support me by subscribing and liking, and maybe use my code at checkout if you're considering buying Hytale. Thanks very much for watching, and I hope you'll join me for another video soon.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going...
Hello, this is Oatman, and welcome back to another Hytale update video. Today we're going to talk about update 6, pre-release number 2. That's what we're going to do. What are we looking at today? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the changelog and jump right into it. So a lot of today's updates here are talking about different entity behaviors and things like that. For example, they added new templates for interactions associated with zombies and things like that. So I think they have a new AI. I think that's generally what it looks like. So if I go into survival mode, that's what happens. Let's compare that to how it looks in the main release. Here we are in the main release. This is what their general animations look like in the 5.0. The 0.5.3. Let's take this out of our hand. Let's hit O. Looks like it might be a little bit more lag. Let's see. Let's run. Let's see. I don't know if this is a good demonstration or not. Glorious. Okay, so the other thing that they added is new death animations to a bunch of things. So let's check it out. Let's pop back over to the main creative world and we'll take a look. So let's get these guys lined up generally to take a look at their new death animations. Bam, 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 bam. Perfect. Let's see if it looks any different in the standard release. Here we are back in standard release. Let's see if... I'm not sure that it's much different in all fairness. But there you go. Those are the two different for the zombie. We'll take a look. So let's get these guys lined up generally to take a look at their new death animations. Bam, 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 bam. Perfect. Let's see if it looks any different in the standard release. Here we are back in standard release. Let's see if... I'm not sure that it's much different in all fairness. But there you go. Those are the two different for the zombies at least. There's a bunch of new death visual effects for a bunch of different NPCs, so let's take a look at some others. Okay, in the changelog they say that they changed death visuals for several NPCs, so I don't know which ones those are necessarily, so we're just going to go ahead and we're going to try and see what we can see. Alright, let's give this a whirl. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Alright gang, here we are in main release. Let's take a gander. I think these are the same. Alright. Well, those seem to be the same. I'm not sure, like I said, it doesn't exactly list which NPCs are the ones that actually change, so that's going to be kind of hard to determine. I guess there's some new background stuff for flying mobs. I don't think that's going to affect anything in the day-to-day exploration mode gameplay per se. So we'll skip on to some of the other stuff. Broadly speaking, gang, a lot of this stuff is going to be stuff that is related to modding, back-end stuff. So this is kind of the stuff we were trying to test here with the combat NPCs, stuff like that, the new death visuals. I'm not sure if we actually saw an actual change from the new release to the current release, but it seems like this stuff here is stuff that just kind of functions on the way it operates in the back end, not necessarily something that we're going to see on the front end. So I'll go ahead and cover it here in the changelog. That way you guys are in the loop and we know what's going on. I'm not sure a lot about the a lot about what's going on with this stuff, right? With the World Gen V2 stuff. I know that this is preliminary stuff that is going to make World Gen V2 a lot easier to implement, and ultimately, hopefully, get that closer to release for us. This stuff sounds awesome, but it's stuff that definitely is not easy to cover necessarily in a practical video format. Modding and creative tools. So this is really cool. Rotating projectiles. That sounds awesome. Again, that's support for that, so that's not something that we can necessarily demonstrate in a way that's practical. Because I'm not a dev, guys. I'm not a dev. I'm not a modder or anything like that. So a lot of this stuff is pretty awesome. This is just back-end API stuff. Asset editor item preview now respects the models. Overrides, that's good. Couple audio reworks. New break sound for Deco Treasures. Maybe we can check that out. Sounds for walking. Oh, cool. Walking on 6 layer. We'll check that. We'll check that out for sure. Different bug fixes. A lot of this stuff is good stuff. This is just, again, this is stuff that needs to be fixed. Sprinting is now preserved after sliding. That's pretty fun. Good stuff. Combat entity and item fixes. Fixed Trork Hunter combat state loop. Yeah. So this is a lot of the bug fixes. This is a lot of the stuff they're working on right now, getting that platform ready. I would expect bigger changes down the road as they start to get more things going to make it work. But this is a good update. It's not the most exciting update in the world. It's not the most sexy update in the world, but this is something that's going to be good so that they can lay the groundwork for some bigger stuff in the future. I want to specifically point out this here because I called out definitely that server addresses needed to be hidden by default, and I'm really glad they added that from a cybersecurity perspective. That's really great. As far as finding out open source information, that's definitely a way that people could get into different things. That's a great change. Really happy to see that change. Okay, let's check out some of these other changes. So they said, hold on, let's go into survival mode. Whoa, dark. Sprinting is now preserved when after sliding. So slide, and you still sprint. That's cool. That's good news. The other thing they had is sticks have a new sound. Walking on sticks and breaking something. Let's take a look. Okay, let's listen very carefully, gang, to our new stick sound. It's actually kind of nice. I like that. It's very walk through the woodsy. Alright, and then our new, what is this? Treasure deco. Beautiful. Let's listen to it in the previous. Okay, let's try that again. Sprint, 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 and slide and sprint. It feels like I'm in a yoga class, or not a yoga class. What do you call it? A workout class. Sprint, 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 and slide and sprint. Seems like there's a little break there. Okay, this is the previous pile of stick sound. And here's the sound for the cash money. Alright gang, I think that's all we got for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like. If you didn't, don't leave a dislike because it's mean. Please subscribe if you enjoyed the content, and use code OATMAN at checkout if you're interested in purchasing Hytale or upgrading your current version. Again, this has been OATMAN. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks.
Hey everybody, what's going on? Chris here, otherwise known as Canadian Flash, and today everybody, I have 8 mods that you guys are going to want to install in your Hytale world to make the world feel more alive and more like a super fun adventure game. If you guys are new here and you enjoy Hytale content like this from me, then hit that like button, subscribe, join my Discord, links in the description.
He's going into spaces where he's seeing characters in the process of evolving from one state of being dead to another. It raises questions of when you see a ghost in a dream, is that ghost dead, or is there an evolutionary process to being in the unconscious spaces?
Keep watching to learn more. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mitchell.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today we'll be exploring Carl Jung's Encounters with the Dead. My guest is Stephanie Stevens, who has a doctoral degree in Jungian psychology. Between 2004 and 2013, she served on the executive committee of the International Association of Jungian Studies. Currently, she is a lecturer in counseling at the University of Canberra in Australia, where she is also a practicing psychotherapist. In addition, she is the recipient of the 2018 Francis P. Bolton Fellowship from the Parapsychology Foundation, and she is the author of C.G. Jung and the Dead, Visions, Active Imagination, and the Unconscious Terrain. This is my second interview with Stephanie. I'm going to link now to the first one because if you haven't already watched it, this interview will make much more sense to you if you watch that one first. Stephanie is in Australia, so now I'll switch over to the internet video. Welcome, Stephanie. I'm very happy to be with you once again.
It's lovely to be with you too, Jeff. Thank you for having me.
We're going to be digging into Jung's actual encounters through visions, through dreams, but actually it's important, I think, to go right back to his work when he was still a doctoral student working on his dissertation. He wrote a dissertation on mediumship based on sessions he attended. We discussed them briefly in our previous interview with his cousin, Helle Preiswerk. And since you introduce Helle as a character, an important character later on in your book, I thought we would start there with his doctoral dissertation.
Yes, so here was Jung as a young doctor at the psychiatric clinic at the Bogolzi, and he was doing rounds and he was observing what psychiatric patients with psychiatric problems, but also he became very interested in patients who were exhibiting non-ordinary states of consciousness, okay, where they appeared to be there but appeared dissociated, okay, and seemed to be engaged in a focus that was not in with him presently. He started making these comparisons between these types of psychiatric conditions and what he was seeing at home, on a Saturday evening in the seances that he would attend with his mother and with his cousin. And it was his cousin in particular that really seemed to take his interest because she would have a ritual manner of going into a state of consciousness that allowed her to bring material, be voice to what Jung would later think to be the unconscious, that she was being voiced to the unconscious. And so he asked his supervisor at the hospital, would it be okay as a doctoral study if I kind of looked at this kind of non-ordinary behavior? Now, they didn't call it non-ordinary. They called it, psychiatric aberrations. And so, the supervisor said, yeah, go for it. And so he did many observations of his cousin in this non-ordinary state where she was visiting relatives, and the relatives in a very spiritualism framework, giving information back to the family. And Jung was fascinated by this, fascinated that human behavior could be so varied, okay, in its expression. And so in the end, with anonymity, of course, he published this dissertation and concluded that basically that this was human behavior, and that mediums, in a sense, were very odd people. But what you want to contextualize with this is that, and I think we talked about this before, is that, he observed this kind of dual behavior in his mother, that he could walk into a room and see that she was in her other self, that she was present, but had a focus that was not in the room. And it started to concern him when he started observing this in himself. But something that he was very clear about was that he felt it was non-pathological, that whatever was happening to him, whatever kind of focus he was engaged in, it was not pathological. So yes, he published this dissertation. The cousin was always adamant. She said, what's happening in these sessions when I'm doing this, might not be provable, but that it's happening is absolutely, positively the case. And so he took that into consideration when he was examining the data.
Now, in your book, C.G. Jung and the Dead, you report numerous visionary and dreamlike experiences that he had with the dead, and I want to get into a number of the specifics, but let's jump towards the end of your book for a moment, because you identify the same cousin, Helle Preisberg, who died, I think, about 4 years after he wrote his dissertation, as one of the dead that he encountered. And I know this is controversial. Not all Jungians are going to accept your interpretation. But as I recall, one of the reasons that you identified this figure as being Helle is because in his journals, the Red Book, he says that this person showed him the truth of the ancient Egyptian mysteries. And of course, the ancient Egyptians had very strong beliefs in the afterlife.
Yes, so this figure appears. This is all amidst moving into the last part of the Red Book, what would be considered, the section is called Scrutinies. It is a larger. Well, not the largest book of the Red Book, but it includes, embedded in it is 7 sermons to the dead, but with much more expanded detail. And so we have Philemon in there, we have Jung in there, and then this figure appears. Now, what's interesting is that we have a formal ritual that occurs, which is a mass for the dead, so that Jung has almost been further initiated into being able to contact the dead and to go back and forth with them. And the point that I was trying to make is here is this figure who's assisting him to do this as she assisted him when she was alive. So she was a medium in life and she's a medium in death. And that by being there and teaching him perhaps how mediumship works on the other side, or how mediumship works in the unconscious, she is representing what the ancient Egyptians understood the process of death to be. Yes, so I felt she was quite instrumental in that third part of the Red Book in assisting him to further engage with his dead.
In the Red Book, where so many of these encounters occur, death is something that comes up over and over and over again in many different contexts. For example, there are people who die in his visions, and it's so he's actually watching death occur in the visionary experiences.
Exactly. And this makes it really fascinating. And Jeff, what I would say is that, when I went into the Red Book material, I had started my writing of my dissertation before the publication, and I was kind of building up some suppositions. And I said to my supervisor, I'll actually just be 6 more months because I'm looking for something very specific. So after the book was published in 2009, I was just going to take these 6 months to follow this narrative thread of the dead. And in fact, it took me 3 years, because just as you're describing, so many encounters with the dead in very different ways. So yes, he's going into spaces where he's seeing characters in the process of evolving from one state of being dead to another. It raises questions of when you see a ghost in a dream, is that ghost dead, or is there an evolutionary process to being in the unconscious spaces? So yes, there's just so much material in that way. Now, sorry, did I answer your question?
Well, we're going to jump around quite a bit, I think, Stephanie. It's such convoluted material. I don't necessarily expect straightforward answers, and I think it's better to jump around a little bit. In the early part of the Red Book, I'm under the impression that he goes through a kind of spiritual initiation in order to prepare him for his later contacts with the dead. And the spiritual initiation involves figures that I think are pretty clearly identified as aspects of his own psyche, his own unconscious mind, but they're very profound. One of them involves, and maybe you can explain this to me, the death of Siegfried. I presume this is the hero of the Nibelungen, the great German mythological cycle.
Yes. And Jung relates this one episode. He does deal with it in Memories, Dreams, and then it's greatly expanded in the Red Book. And what it seems to look to is that this psychic tension was really building up in his, spirit of the times, if you will. And so when he's initiated, as you mentioned correctly, when he's initiated into this land of the dead, it enacts just an explosion of content. And it's, dreams and journeys and activities and dates. And he's very aware of process. Okay. At the beginning of the book, of the Red Book, he's not necessarily knowing what he's doing. He's just going with it. By the time we get to this initiation, okay, when the spirit of the depths says, plunge to your depths and awaken your dead, as soon as he follows that instruction, then he is initiated into the deeper reaches of the unconscious, where all of this explosion of material occurs, right? And so by the time we get to Siegfried, the Siegfried episode, there is a lot of opinion that Jung is storing, okay, in terms of how he's feeling about this process, okay? What is happening to him? Okay, he knows that something is working on him. So when we get to the Siegfried episode, there's a great deal of psychic tension. And so suddenly we have this episode where this great hero, okay, a great hero of Germanic culture is, laid waste on a battlefield. And after that, what seems to be made available to him is energy, psychic energy, so loosened up from that murder. Okay, it's a murder. All right, it's not that the hero dies. It's that Jung feels he has been engaged in murdering a great hero. Now, this is symbolic on all kinds of levels, isn't it? I mean, not only his Germanic ties with Freud and the psychoanalytic tradition so far, and his professional circles, but also what he is learning by that death about the nature of the unconscious, which in a sense he needs to leave Freud behind, right? He needs to embrace what he's learning about libido in the unconscious in order to have petrol to move along to the next stage of the journey. If that makes sense. So it's a very interesting liminal moment, right, of the book, because it allows it allows him to somewhat leave his past behind. And it's not only a historical past, it's a dynamic past of the way he was applying his psychoanalytic understanding. So he's leaving that behind, and now it's rock and roll. Let's get going.
Now now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
Another major episode that comes through is that he contacts 2 figures from his own subconscious. One is identified as Elijah the prophet, and the other is Salome, who is identified in this instance as Elijah's daughter, and I think is also identified as an anima figure for Jung.
Let me just say there's going to be a lot of scholarship that's going to be produced around these 2 figures. Jung felt they were seminal in representation and what he learned from each of them, and so much great, more expanded than they were obviously in memory streams. So I think listen, I have to be honest, I grappled with these couple of passages for a long time. What is going on? Obviously, there's symbolism here, but if we take it literally, that these 2 figures just might be the dead, does this work? Or am I trying to pigeonhole something? And in fact, here Salome is this maiden, and see, as with anything with Jung, should we take their historical names and the historical representations that they might be trying to bring to Jung to work through, or do we take them as personal figures for Jung? And so with Salome, you have this maiden. Of course, she's very famous for having, in a sense, been responsible for the murder of John the Baptist. That's one lineage of her name. She was said to have danced, in front of King Herod, I believe. And so she also comes with a huge history in the 1920s. She was kind of revived on the stage and revived in paintings. So there's this lineage that she has as a part of her name. What's interesting about Elijah also a prophet. Now, isn't this important when we're talking about a timeless and spaceless place of the unconscious? What does it mean to have a prophet or someone who's able to see the future? Well, what's the future when you're in a timeless space? Perhaps it's the now. So perhaps Elijah is there to help Jung negotiate the now of the unconscious. Okay, so you have these 2 figures, and by Elijah saying, she is my daughter, you might be having a dynamic where Elijah, as an archetype of the prophet, has given birth to a figure of the unconscious that will help Jung work out an aspect of his journey so that he can work it back. What I want to say is that Elijah during these episodes does not seem to change at all, which might say that he is an archetypal figure that's timeless, and Jung considers that. He's the wise old man who's come along to assist. And of course, later on, Jung equivocates, I guess you'd say, Elijah with Philemon, and of course with his number 2 personality, right? So he doesn't seem to be changing in terms of the dialogue that Jung has with him. Now, but Salome is a very different story, and Salome starts to act very much what we would consider figures of the unconscious acting if they belong to our personality.
The fascinating episode occurs because Salome is blind, and you contrast her in a way with Elijah. He can see the future, but she's blind, and there's something of a dynamic between the 2 of them. But she asks Jung in this visionary active imagination state to heal her blindness, and he does, and that seems to be a very important initiation for Jung.
Absolutely, Jeff. Absolutely. This is a very big turning point, okay? Because we have to keep in mind that up until the Siegfried episode, there's a passiveness about Jung. He's just kind of not understanding what's going on, but he has the commitment to understand it, right? And the commitment to hang in there. Then we get to Elijah and Salome, and he really starts thinking more actively about what is my role when I walk into the unconscious, into these spaces, and things are already going on. What is my role, still being alive and still being embodied, when I go into these spaces? And so when Salome asks for Jung to cure her blindness, this is a huge question, okay? Not only has Jung himself uncovered a type of blindness in the unconscious and agreed to work with everything he's dealt with, everything that comes up, he's committed. But now he has a figure asking him to change something in that space, okay? And so what's coming up for him is, oh my gosh, am I more engaged and active than I previously assumed I could be? And so you have this incredible ceremony that kind of has resonance of the crucifixion. He assumes the Christ on the cross posture, if you will. Salome kind of falls at his feet, and there's this very dramatic shift that occurs, and Jung initiates himself or gives himself permission to be engaged with her and to cure her blindness. And so what ends up happening is you have a lot of libido symbols, okay, around this. There's, blood, and there's liquids and sweating and, washing of the feet, which is still resonant with her hair. And so they're really strong Christian symbols, but at the end of the day, there's a shift of libido. Okay, there's this shift. And suddenly he's able to cure her blindness and therefore loosen up some psychic energy, some psychic libido that he's able to use. And it allows her to evolve into a different type of figure.
Now, I gather that in this visionary experience, he actually had the experience himself of being crucified on the cross, that he was the crucified Christ. And as I recall, there's a footnote in your book that suggests there may have been or may still be, I've heard rumors, a cult of Jungians who believe that Jung, in fact, how can I put it? Jung, as Christ is viewed as God, so is Jung. That Jung became identified with the deity at that moment, according to some.
Yes, and you're quite right that there is a group that felt that, and I wouldn't say it's a group, I would say a few, who felt that Jung considered this encounter to be, that he was chosen to have this encounter. I would like to give Jung a little more credit around that. I feel that he very honestly and with dignity embraced this process for what it was, okay? And didn't really think that he was. I mean, whenever you have an encounter like this in the unconscious, the energy that comes back to you could be experienced as an inflation, what psychiatrists and psychologists, depth psychologists call inflation of the ego, because there is this boost of energy that comes back and it has to go somewhere in a sense of meaning, right? But I would like to give Jung a little more credit. I think he realized something was important was happening, and I think he was able to work out in those episodes following what was important about that moment of himself going through that type of visceral sacrifice, okay? He was, in a sense, because it was so physical, the description of that episode of being in this crucified posture, what was he sacrificing in that moment? Was he sacrificing a very traditional acceptance of Christian values? Was he sacrificing, in the same way as the Siegfried murder, was he sacrificing a adherence to a framework that he almost couldn't bear anymore? He couldn't bear to practice depth psychology in the way that Freud had insisted, right? And so this, submitting himself to this sacrifice allowed him to learn more about himself and the unconscious in the end. So again, I think we need to, I have definitely read that narration of a cult, that Jung felt he was in a cult. I think his circles really admired him. His followers really admired him and learned a great deal from him. But a cult status, I don't think I buy that.
Okay, but I'm under the impression it was after this initiatory experience in his own active imagination, the experience of being crucified as Christ, that then prepared him for contacts that you describe as contacts with the actual dead. And after that, many things open up for him. And one episode I think would be interesting, and I'm not sure I remember exactly how this is interpreted, but there's a lengthy dialogue with an individual who was a poisoner, a murderer. And I'm under the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, that this you identify this figure as a dead person.
Yes, it would appear that the poisoner is in the afterlife, and he's in a specific kind of afterlife that he describes. Jung's very curious about it. He's very curious. Tell me what it's like to be dead. And this poisoner has literally nothing to say about it. Other than there's just nothingness here. Occasionally, I wonder about my family. I wonder about other people. I have seen other people I know here, but basically, it's nothing. And so that's in some ways, it's a very interesting moment in the narrative, because the Red Book is so active and involved and engaged in other places. Even there's the episode of The Tramp where Jung is witnessing the process of someone dying and what would appear to be levels of the unconscious. So you have that experience earlier on in the Red Book, and then you have this experience where you have this person who's obviously in a type of purgatory, who has nothing to offer Jung, who's incredibly interested in that state. And so some scholars might say, well, that proves that the unconscious, that in places that's where we all go, to a sense of nothingness and a state of not being conscious. But I don't think Jung really went in that direction with it, okay? I think he felt, I'm putting words in his mouth and thoughts in his head, but I think he sensed that, the unconscious is all kinds of everything. And so you're going to find all kinds of beings and figures that have themselves varying levels of consciousness when they arrive to those spaces.
In the Red Book, the dead appeared to Jung in the context of these many visionary experiences that he's having. But when I talk to people, as I do, who are mediums, who are spiritualists, and recently had a conversation shortly after our previous interview with a spiritualist medium, and I said, Jung suggests, and you concur, that the dead live within the unconscious. And he said, well, from the spiritualist perspective, the dead see us living people as very unconscious, and their life is much greater consciousness there. Many of them are in heaven, a really higher, radiant place where everything is more vivid and more beautiful, and there's all sorts of guides and helpers and angels and wonderful things. But I gather that none of that appears in the Red Book.
Not in the ancient version of it. You're quite right. So the Virgilian version of the Elysian Fields and the hero section and the purgatory, no, or even in a Dante Divine Comedy way, doesn't appear to be as such. And what I'd like to say too is I would really like for us to get to a point in our conversation about this, that it's not psychology and parapsychology, that the experience of the dead is not simply you are making it up or my grandmother's standing in my bedroom. It's over there. I think we need, and I think we need to evolve our definitions to say, in the first instance, parasite, there has been enough incidences and reports and examinations of what people would call parapsychological events to now consider them psychological events, okay, without dismissing any kind of third dimensional reality about it, okay? And the reason I bring this up, and I think it's very important to start discussing, is that in both instances, whether you consider the dead to be in my body, in my mind, or whether they're standing in my bedroom, the mechanism by which we experience both is the same. Okay, we are obviously built to have this type of sensory experience. So either way, I consider it a psychological experience. Now, whether the unconscious is in my body or the unconscious includes everything in my room is an ontological question that's very interesting. But for people who've had incredibly profound experiences, like you described, Jeff, last conversation, they are much less interested in the ontology of it. I mean, it becomes a very interesting question to engage in, but something profound has happened to and with them and has expanded their notion of who they are, okay? And this is what happened to Jung. Again, Jung did not set off in the Red Book to look for the dead. He was not looking for that. What Jung was doing is having a very hard time in his life where he was an emotional wreck. His life was not going in the direction he wanted. He was becoming more and more isolated. And so he knew he needed to do something. In the process of this long journey, he keeps bumping into the dead, right? And so I think that's also a very, very important point to say. And I think that, when we talk about I saw a ghost and I have been engaging and discussing and sharing, Jung questions in MDR this great quote that I'm just going to paraphrase, which is, we don't know if the dead, when they show up, are representing something in ourselves or are representing something in themselves. Okay, we're unsure of that. But what we probably need to do is, with our resources, get going and keep going, right? Get going and keep going. So again, I'm not sure if I landed on an answer for you. Let's circle around though.
It's perfectly fine to jump around because we're dealing with material that is both complex and ambiguous. So one of the themes that seems to run through the Red Book, I think of it as vampirism, actually, that some of the dead that Jung encounters, they want to relate to him, to connect with him, and they want to feed on his blood. And this theme keeps recurring, and Jung seems both intrigued and disgusted at the same time.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up, because blood is a libido symbol. Obviously, it represents energy hidden in it. Blood is probably the most specific reality of a human body, right? And so this seems to be a currency within the Red Book scenes, where and let's remind ourselves of the scene in the Odyssey when Odysseus is trying to get a hold of his mother. In ancient times, rituals would be conducted and blood would be spilt in order so that could be a channel of connection between the dead and the living. So Jung seems to be stumbling over this libido symbol of blood, and it appears to become not only a cue that connection is going to happen, but this currency. Okay, and so at first he's repulsed by it. But keep in mind, at the beginning of the Red Book, the first kind of month, he's repulsed by an awful lot. He is repulsed by the fact that he can't figure this out. There's a self-repulsion. Also, do I have all these worlds inside of me and I didn't even know it? Okay, so this blood asking seems to be occurring as a mode of making connection. And so in Jung's mind, it is the plug, if you will, right? The outlet and the plug. It allows, it's the dead's calling card, if you will, to say that they would like to connect with Jung. Now, he gets to the point where he's seeing it as a sign, like, oh, this is happening, as opposed to, oh, you really do want my life force. Now, in scrutinies, it becomes a little more high-pitched, where they're asking, because they are very hungry for their human experience again. Because keep in mind what you and I discussed last week is that the dead are trying to adjust in a formless, bodiless new space. And what they can remember appears to be the blood of their human existence. So that's what they connect with.
You put it very delicately, I think, in your book, that many women were enamored of Jung. And it's known, I think, at this point that he had a few affairs. And, of course, he had a long marriage with his wife, Emma. And at one point, he describes how he encounters Emma after she dies, and she is working. She's been working. She became an analyst herself and a student of Jungian thought, and was working before her death on understanding the Grail legend. And Jung sees her after her death, it's sort of very distant from him, not as approachable as some other women who had also died. But Emma was still working on the Grail story.
Yes, there's real poetry in that, I feel, around her passing, and he details how he himself experienced that passing. He was an old man by then, and not really retired at all, but just had slowed down. And he knew she was sick for a while. And there's this very beautiful moment when he knows that she's passed, and he talks about how the room actually changed, the feeling in the room changed, and this hidden secret was revealed to him about who she was. And so he experiences this passing of hers, and also in a very visceral, physical way. And, you could say that libido was passed back on to him from that release. And when he becomes very more interested in this idea of post-mortem existence, he appears to go looking for her in the unconscious, can't find her. He has a dream about her where she appears almost in this regal state in a dress that actually Kelly, his cousin, made for her. And so there's that beautiful connection. And she seems to be, as he describes, how he describes it is that there seems to be no projection at all. And we're left to wonder if he's talking that there's no projection from him, and he's able to, therefore, to see her in this splendor of unattached wholeness, if you will, or if it's she who's individuated to the point where she has no projections. He's left that unidentified, and I think that's very beautiful too, because he says in more than one place, this is my work, this is my prima materia, these are my gods, these are my demons. You have to contend with your own, but this is just what I've been through. So yes. And then he had a dream about Tony Wolff. Now, Tony Wolff he had a very, very long relationship with Tony Wolff, and people have written about how difficult the three of them managed their interpersonal relationship, personally and professionally, being a part of the psychoanalytic community. And Tony Wolff really helped him through the hardest part of his confrontation with the unconscious. We don't know exactly what happened during those Wednesdays and Sundays when they met, but we do know that she assisted him with working through the material as he was experiencing it. Okay? a side note that people often mention is that Toni Wolff herself could not practice active imagination, which is also very interesting. Is it that she was, in a sense, so centered, or so in touch with her own psyche that enabled her to venture into Jung's material in such an intimate way? So when he had this dream of Toni Wolff after she passed, keeping in mind that her death was a real shock to him, he was surprised that she passed, and he felt that certainly he would have had a sign or would have known. So that's very interesting. But he has this dream of her after she dies, and she's, I think he describes it as, she's much closer to Earth, or much closer to being able to return to Earth. And I think that's a very interesting, open-ended experience in the way that he's described it. So yes, from those two post-mortem kind of experiences, he seems to be indicating to us not only that the unconscious is a venue for the dead, but there are different neighborhoods, right? And he speculates as to why you would be like the poisoner in a place that has a nothingness, or in these other places with people who does know, in places that feel richer in experience.
There's the suggestion, as I recall in your book, that because Toni Wolff is closer to the Earth, that she might reincarnate, although I don't know that Jung goes into that very much.
No, he doesn't. But there are, sentences like that, Jeff, that seem to indicate that he thought very, very closely about reincarnation. And there is this one episode in the Red Book with Philemon and being on the wheel of existence, and he watches Philemon step off of that wheel. And there does seem to be this moment where there, could in fact the unconscious also hold a key to the ideas of rebirth that the Eastern religions have. And so he does kind of walk through that, but he never really lands, just like you're saying, he never really lands on how he feels about reincarnation. He doesn't. Roger Wolger, who was a very well-known Jungian, who was very interested in Jung's opinions about the afterlife, he wrote a book that kind of explored this and tried to tease out. This was pre-Red Book though, so tried to tease out some ideas around that.
Yeah, I've met Roger, and he also became a past life therapist.
He did. So he was like perfect to write a book about what do we think in terms of where does Jung stand. And Jung never really committed, although he did say, I feel convinced that when the soul leaves the body, that it's alive for a time, but how long that time is, I can't tell. So we have him saying that.
As I recall, there was also a discussion based on a lecture he gave to the Society for Psychical Research, in which he distinguishes between the soul of a living person and the spirit of the departed. And he speculates that perhaps the spirit of the departed is not the entire soul, but a fragment of the soul.
Yes, and yes, and he tries very hard to, while he's moving forward with some of these ideas, not to say something that ends up discounting his whole theory of archetypes, right? I mean, there's a wonderful grappling that we see when he tries to explain to someone who wrote him a letter, explain the difference between an archetype and a spirit who's dead. And he just goes back and forth, perhaps the archetype coalesces, archetypes in fact act a lot like spirits of the dead. Could it be what you're talking about, Jeff, in terms of a part of the soul? The spirit could be an ancestral inheritance. Yes, he tries very hard to create new conceptual language that assists him and doesn't cul-de-sac him, if you will. And you can see him struggling along at times with that. But yes, he was thinking, what could when I dream about my deceased father, is it him or is it an ancestral trace? What's an ancestral trace in relation to an archetype? It has an archetype walked into my dream space and is symbolizing something. So you can imagine this was a lifelong, thought question for Jung.
Well, and he's such a pioneer and such an explorer, willing to consider ideas that most people wouldn't even address at all. But I'd like to go back to the death of his wife, Emma. It seems as if the suggestion is that after her death, she's working on the Grail story, and she's still engaged further in the process of individuation, which is, I think, different than some of the other dead he encountered that seems stuck in whatever psychic space they were in at the moment of their death. But Emma, he describes, if I recall correctly, as having no projections and no earthly ties. Like she is now ready to move on to another higher space.
Exactly. And yes, that image of her continuing her research from one plane to another, that almost as if what she was preparing to understand the Grail symbolically and historically, and then by moving into this other space, the disembodied space, she is reconnecting with Grail material that allows her to understand it on that side as well. Almost as if Heli, her mediumship on the earthly side needed to be reinforced or enacted on the disembodied side, the dead side. And so if we are to take the Grail as a symbol, or the cup of understanding mortality and how it arose as an important symbol in the Middle Ages, in the Renaissance, in the Middle Ages, of being the symbol of knowledge and wisdom, then in fact it's very poetic, isn't it, that she would work on the volume and then be living her concept on the other side. The fact that she understood perhaps what dropping all projections meant while she was studying the Grail, and while she was living with a man who was trying to work out what that meant with his patients, right? How much do projections cause, dis-ease, right? And so, yes, a beautiful image of her on the other side, continuing individuation. And this is another very interesting question, Jeff, this idea of, do we continue growing, all things being equal, and if you think of an afterlife, do we continue to learn and grow on the other side? And Jung takes this up, and so does the Jungian analyst named Susan Olsen. She's wrote very movingly about these questions and about the death of her daughter, some of the clues that she got before her daughter's passing. And she questions and looks at dreams to consider, is this a sign that the soul is actually continuing learning? And so Jung seems to fall in this place, having seen his wife pass in this way, and dream about her after her passing. He seems to fall in this space of, well, they do continue learning, but it's learning in a different way. It's learning not earthly facts, but it's learning what our poor dead in scrutinies are trying to do, learning the vastness of the unconscious, how to live in that space and how to learn from that space, while not pleading for blood and sucking and knocking and saying, paying attention to us for the time. And so these are really important questions, aren't they? Do we continue to learn and grow if we don't have a body? And Jung thought a long time about that.
Well, Stephanie Stevens, what a wonderful conversation this has been. I'm so thrilled to be able to share your insights with our viewers. I feel very excited by the possibilities here, and I know, for example, that you see a lot of potential for the psychotherapeutic growth that can come out of the recognition that people can have actual contact with the dead.
Yes, yes. And of course, the connecting bonds research by Class is another very interesting space of research that's evolved, that it seems that people are more comforted, that we have a natural propensity to continue our relationships with our deceased members of our family, extended family. And that seems to be a more healing space to be meeting grief than the getting used to loss. Yes. And so I think a more involved conversation around that, and I know people in different spots are working on that to raise the possibility that there could be a protocol that would be a healing protocol if people were open to it, right? So.
Well, that would be a wonderful topic for a future interview. As a matter of fact, let's give that some thought. Stephanie, thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I've really enjoyed being here. Thank you for the invitation.
And for those of you watching or listening, thank you for being with us. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at CIHS.edu. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
For early access to our videos and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org.
Mozart, his symphonies would come into his head. But if you believe in precognition, you should be able to see your future work, be it a poem or a piece of music. You think you're creating this, but actually you're hearing yourself, you're plagiarizing yourself in the future.
Capitalism's the best because I'm trying to be rich. Capitalism is evil. If we had socialism, that would fix everything. Capitalism is neither good nor bad. It's just an efficient system that delivers goods and services to consumers. Capitalism is the voluntary exchange between free people. No one is forced to do anything. This makes it the most moral system available. That's why capitalism is good. Capitalism's the
buckled, I went straight down on the floor in the shop And I was like, oh my.
Mr. President.
Oh my God, it looks almost human. Look, I know you come in peace, but you aliens need to understand that we are not here to be...
Sorry, that's the Chinese ambassador?
Oh, okay. You aliens need to understand that we are not here
That's
to
the Chinese ambassador's wife.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just confusing being in your spaceship and everything. It's kind of...
We haven't left base. Mr. President.
Oh my God, it looks almost human.
Andrew Holacek is a leading contemporary interpreter, trained for decades within the Tibetan Buddhist traditions of Dzogchen and Mahamudra, and having completed the traditional 3-year retreat. He was originally trained in biology and dental surgery. He is the author of numerous influential books, including Dream Yoga, The Lucid Dreaming Workbook, Preparing to Die, Dreams of Light, and his newest book is Total Eclipse of the Mind, Unleashing the Power of Darkness for Creativity, Healing, and Transformation. Andrew is based in Boulder, Colorado, and now I'll switch over to the interview video. Welcome, Andrew. It is a pleasure to be with you today.
Jeffrey, the honor is mine. It's really a delight. I shared with you before we came on camera that I've had your treasured book, The Roots of Consciousness, at my side for 50-some years, so it's really a delight to finally spend some time with you.
Well, I'm honored to be with you as well. You've had an amazing life from all I gather, starting out with formal training as a dental surgeon and then completely transforming yourself into a student of and a teacher of Vajrayana Buddhism.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, I have a background. My original background actually is in classical piano, so I have a degree in music performance, and then studied physics, and then figured I should get practical. My whole family's in medicine and in the dental arts, so I figured, well, I could do that to provide a wonderful infrastructure. But yes, for the last number of decades, I've been a pretty concerted student of the wisdom traditions and also Western intellectual traditions. I'm a big student of science, etc. But yes, this is generally how I got to where I am.
And I see a grand piano in the background behind you there.
It's a beautiful 7'6" German Steinway. So this is part of my man cave downstairs. I just love it down there.
Do you perform?
I don't really quite have the bandwidth to perform because, as you know, it's such a full-time job. But I do little evening soirees and charity benefits and little things like that. But to actually be on stage requires way more time than I'm able to allot it these days. But it gives me great joy. I'm very happy to have this at my disposal.
It seems to me to play the piano, especially a beautiful grand piano like that, must be an incredible joy.
Yeah, one of the great joys of my life. Always at my side when I need it. It just brings me untold, continuous joy and delight, absolutely.
You know, just yesterday I interviewed a fellow named Stephen Kotler who talks about the flow state, and he mentions, playing music puts a person into the flow state, which is in his words, a peak performance state. But then he added, so does meditation.
Yes, actually, lots of different states, right? This is, as you know, the psychology of flow by, if you can pronounce his name, you get a Nobel Prize.
Mihai Csikszentmihalyi.
You got it. My father was Czech. My last name is Czech, obviously, so he told me how to pronounce his name. But yeah, that's spot on. The intentional practice of flow states through meditation, or the somewhat serendipitous entry into flow states through physical activity, whether it's music or sports, entering that kind of zone is in fact quite magical, yeah?
You seem like a very down-to-earth person, and yet I gather that part of your work is taking some very advanced Buddhist practices like the dark retreat or dream yoga and making them available to Western people who don't necessarily have that background that you have, steeped in Buddhist culture.
I see myself more and more as kind of a cultural translator, right? Taking these amazing psycho-spiritual technologies, if you can use that term, bringing them into the modern age, and helping people understand, like, why should I bother with not just dream yoga, but the 5 nocturnal meditations? Why should I bother with something as seemingly esoteric as dark retreat? And so I suppose that's one way that I could look at my so-called career and say, yeah, I'm a cultural translator.
You have gone through the intensive 3-year retreat program, which is part of advanced Buddhist training. Can you talk about that? What was that like?
Oh my gosh, it was such a magnificent, incredibly transformative experience. Definitely a kind of a before and after experience. Without doubt, the most impactful years of my life. And people may not realize, but it really is like going to a meditation university. You're not just doing one practice, because it is part of, you mentioned the word Vajrayana, synonymous with Tibetan Buddhism, basically. And another synonym is what's called Upayayana, the vehicle of skillful means. And what that alludes to is that there are dozens and dozens of these practices. And so over the course of this amazing time, I had the absolute luxury. It was not easy, right? I mean, it was definitely not a day at the beach, unless you expand your notion of beach. But it was a magnificent opportunity to really soak in, 50, 60 different types of practices. And since then, this was, 25 plus years ago, my life has been to stabilize, to incorporate, and to, basically just digest everything I experienced in this precious time.
Where were you during these 3 years?
Yes, it was a place called Sopcholing. It literally means Dharma, place of forbearance, patience, or endurance. And this was connected to Gampo Abbey in Cape Breton, up in Nova Scotia, where Pema Chodron, she runs that particular monastery. And so amazing, spectacularly beautiful place, like a nature preserve on the cliffs of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. And just beyond profound in terms of transformation, for sure.
How would you spend a typical day?
Okay, here we go. Yeah, well, this is a typical day in, day out, month, year after year, where we would have what are called 4 turns or sessions. First one would start at 5 a.m. We'd practice, first session would be 5 to 7:30. Short little break for breakfast, 7:30, 9. Second session to be like 9 to 12:30 or so. Longer little break for lunch in the afternoon, where I was always doing some physical activity, because staying embodied, staying physically active was really important for me. And then another sort of long session in the afternoon, 2 to 6:30 or so, a short evening break, 7 till 7:30, and then the evening session from 7:30 to 7:30 to 10. And so what was what people always get a little bit intrigued by is not only were we practicing during the day, but we actually meditated at night. And so we literally, people always get like really kind of tripped out by this. We slept in a meditation box, which I playfully came to call Ego's Coffin, which was basically a open-ended but surrounded on 3 sides, traditional kind of holding environment, where we basically spent 16 hours a day formally practicing, and then during the break, so to speak, you're never really completely offline. But the delightful thing for me, and this is why I really started to explore what I call the nocturnal meditations, these 5 practices in quite some depth, was the amazing opportunity. We slept sitting up.
Well, that's horrifying. No eyes. Okay, so do warp/warp, and there's a shop there you can buy a hide set.
Wait, what?
Do this. It looks like you built your walls out of half slabs. Super thin walls. Didn't you want to, like, TP back to your base, not TP me to here?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out. I was about to type don't accept that, and then you just popped up.
I'm an admin, so I'll just use the back command. Did you do, like, TP here? Is that how I ended up at spawn?
I took TP all, which would have been all players to spawn for my location.
Yeah, you can send out a mass TP to everybody. That'd be pretty funny.
I think there isn't anyone else here.
Yeah, imagine someone does it when it's really populated and they get a whole bunch of griefers or PvPers on them.
Well, yeah, if you do it at your base.
Yeah. So, you can also open all those shops without going to spawn. You can just do /admin shop.
I got how to do. I knew how to do it. Kind of opened it. Few of them. Now I have to see what I can sell.
Yeah, I found a little error in the economy thing that I gotta patch because it's kind of cheap. I'm not gonna say what it is, but
broken.
No, it's all good. It's gonna work. It's just a bit of a almost a bit of an infinite money exploit. It's not good. I have to get it patched.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So unless you tell me right now, I'm gonna go through every single shop.
Oh, it's not related to the admin shops. It's a totally separate thing.
Are you trying to steer me away from the actual glitch?
Not at all. I'm just trying to write to him about it right now.
That's fine, I don't care anyways, but what was I gonna say? Do you want to learn how to do the Decker thing?
Can I do it with the controller though?
No, you just have to change the slot and then you can instantly charge it up again. So what I do is I put it on the third slot and then as soon as the charge is over, I hold down space so I can keep jumping. And that's the time where your jumps, but I put it on the third slot and as soon as the charge is up, I flick my fingers like to 1 and 3 or 2 and 3. And then I just do it.
Oh, so on the controller I can
does it without using stamina.
So do I just hit like RB like really fast like I'm doing right now? Yo, I don't need that hatchet.
Yeah, that works. Are you using your controller?
Yeah, controller. Yeah, you should keep the hatchet. Somebody left a bunch of them in this spawn.
Oh yeah, I got another one.
So it's like that, or what exactly am I trying to do with it?
You have to do multiple, just so you can do charges again. Like charge attacks back to back more quickly. It's probably easier with keyboard and mouse. Well, just keyboard, I guess. You see how I can already do a charge attack before I even begin falling? Also use the jump with it.
Did I do it right?
I mean you jumped, you timed your jump a bit. I already do that just with one charge. The point is to do another one in the air and get like distance. So you have to. Yeah, you have to be fast. You have to click it so fast that as soon as I'm off the air, I'm already like changing the back and forth.
No, I might just need to brew a bunch of stamina potions. You can buy the potions, by the way, in a shop, so you can actually brew them.
Yeah, you can buy a lot of things.
Also, you know what's...
my house.
They need pumpkins to be tamed.
Yeah, I haven't gone to the taming mechanics yet.
You know what's a good way to get like infinite stuff really easy is the Windrunner weld. As soon as you have that open, you can just run it with the chest over and over and get unlimited thorium that way. And then you can also use it to like get a lot of other stuff, like clay, for example. Clay is pretty hard to find, but you can get tons of clay in the Windrunner weld.
In the what? In the Windrunner?
Yeah. Do you want me to show you?
What's a Windrunner?
Do you have all your workbenches yet?
Not every single one.
You need to get...
I gotta get our Arcanist and the Alchemist.
Yeah, you gotta get Arcanist workbench, and then once you have that, you can use a Windrunner weld. It looks like you just need one essence.
I need one more void essence.
Yeah.
I have 19 out of 20.
What can we do to get them easy?
We just have to wait till it's night and the void spawn based on the moon.
I have another idea. Put all your stuff that you don't want to lose away in a chest.
I think I know where I can find one. Wait, no.
Oh, here's a chest.
Oh, by the way, I completely decimated the Quebec village.
What happened?
I didn't kill them or anything. I just literally broke all the trees.
Oh yeah. There we go, I can track you with a compass. Oh, you're not very far from them. You could totally rebuild their home into something cooler.
Yeah, I broke breaking the trees broke one of the loot chests. So I'm now. You left a bunch of void essence here. This is your stuff.
Oh, you can keep it.
I know.
I literally got $436 right now, so I can buy myself adamantite stuff as I need it.
Nice. But you still need like the upgrades though, so if you got them, you can get it.
Oh, which upgrades?
Like the table upgrades. Crafting upgrades.
Oh yeah.
Can you just buy armor? I didn't see that option.
No, you can't, but you can buy hide and you can buy ingots.
Yeah, but the workbenches, the armor workbench and the blacksmith thing isn't gonna let you craft it. Even if you have adamantite ingots. So
well, what do you need for the benches?
20 of everything or 30 of everything and level up the workbench in order to even use like one thing. Yeah, adamantite. I mean, it's faster if all you invest in is like your workbench things and making money. You can literally just farm and get adamantite, but it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, I think apple tree farming is probably the quickest, but I'm not 100%. Because, I mean, you can get a lot of stuff quickly with the scythe, and then I don't know how fast apples would come back. Also, coconuts go for a lot, but, like, I don't think they regenerate on the tree.
Shouldn't it just be the higher tiers? Like the flowers? Like the potion flowers?
What about potion flowers?
Shouldn't those be like the highest selling ones?
Oh, they don't even sell right now.
Interesting. And boom shrooms do.
You can buy boom shrooms, you can't sell them.
Oh yeah, never mind. I guess coconuts it is. Yeah, apple trees, they do yield a lot. And they grow very fast.
Yeah, so if you got a big apple tree orchard, that's probably your best bet.
How is my inventory already full? And this backpacks. I forgot how rough vanilla Hytale was. I got to Animatai and then I stopped and went to Modern.
Yeah, you should get the backpack upgrades. Yeah, what's needed for the third backpack upgrade, by the way?
It's unobtainable in vanilla.
Not in this server, it isn't. You can buy storm leather and stuff here.
Oh.
And mithril.
Yeah, you need. I don't know if you need mithril, but you definitely need stone leather.
Well, I should take that health potion.
You can take a health potion? Well, I already have 3 in my inventory.
Yeah, what the heck? I took it. I took a health potion, I think, out of the chest, and then it just disappeared. Once I put it in my inventory, it's like not visible.
It didn't. It was here in this chest. I just grabbed it.
Oh, maybe you got it before I grabbed it. Yeah, I gotta restore my memories. We gotta visit the temple thing for the memories.
You know, I haven't seen a single temple on the map.
Me neither. They're really rare. There's one near spawn, but like
there should be always next to spawn.
Oh, they are. They're near spawn, but it's just everywhere else. I haven't seen any.
Yeah, you need to travel.
Well, actually, that's not true. I saw one in
5,000 blocks to see them.
In the desert. I saw one. There's one in the desert on the Sylvan Railroad.
I went to that desert. I didn't see one. I went mining there.
It's somewhere off to like the left side of it.
I'm just gonna leave this minecart here. You can take it if you want, but I'm not using minecarts anymore. I had the big realization.
You're quicker than a minecart?
Yeah, you wanna test that?
The thing is, though, that's very involved. Well, yeah, let's test that. The thing about minecarts is you can just put the minecart down and then like put a weight or something on your keyboard and you're good for like a long while.
Yeah, there's that.
You also should get a horse,
Let's
though.
See, where's that highway right now? We gotta go south. Yeah.
A lot of rabbits here.
Oh, I'm moving there. Actually, I want to drop this stuff off real quick. My inventory's full.
Yeah, if you want to get Void, by the way, I know where you can get Void. You can get a whole bunch of it, I think. You'll just have to come with me to spawn. Yeah, you should upgrade these, because the upgraded furnaces work faster and more efficient, and we use less fuel.
They definitely do. I don't have enough resources yet. No, I kinda they just started. Bro, did you just upgrade that? I had
Yeah.
like 7 cobalt.
Oh, I got some cobalt that spawned. I can also buy you some.
If you really want to do that, but I'm just trying to work with the game. You want some charity? Sure. I'll take some cobalt. Sorry, I'm also like really fucking hungry now.
It only costing me 30. Loosh. Here you go.
Appreciate it. When I went shopping, I had like 50, 60 books at most. Put this baby here. Let's put all this fucking seeds away. I don't like the blue potion. I'm just gonna drink it. Okay, I think I'm ready. To the highway.
Oh, it's starting to come night. Do you have the cart with you?
I left it in the Quebec chest.
Oh wait, you can also sell mushrooms. Mushrooms are easy to farm.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's like... I mean, they are limited. Like, once you farm a place, you have to travel.
No, that's not true. You can actually, like, look, watch this. See this mushroom? All you gotta do is pick it up and then place it, and 5 more mushrooms will appear.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So yeah, they spread. Most of them do. The glowing ones don't.
Where is this minecart?
So after a while, this will be like 5 mushrooms just because I picked it up and placed it. So all you gotta do is harvest all your mushrooms, and then place down some of them again, and then they'll regrow again. From the ones you placed down. All the ones that you forgot to place down, or break, and place down, will not do anything.
Well, I've been throwing them away because I didn't know we should sell them, but yeah.
I probably should make like...
this one like this and test this out.
Yeah, all my tutorials I think are for server-specific stuff, but I probably should put... I should probably put tutorials that explain Hytale to people.
Well, not really. People should figure out the game on their own. I already know the game. I've played like a couple of worlds now. But I went pretty far in my modern world. It's cool if you can just add stuff and just have more things to work through. Like, by the time you have added full Anatite and vanilla, the game kind of gets boring. There's nothing much to do. Why can't they just add like a way to get mithril?
Yeah. Well, on here, there's a lot to do just because of griefers and building stuff. We can make like mega projects with the building.
Isn't this supposed to be an anarchy server?
Yeah.
Then why are there shops?
Oh, it's not. It's like slightly modified. It's semi-vanilla, not full vanilla. We also got like a portals plugin and a couple other changes. I mean, I guess having an economy doesn't like prevent people from griefing you. So no. Anarchy. Anarchy just means you can like grief people anywhere and fight people anywhere.
Actually, I thought anarchy just means you can hack and do anything except break the server.
Nah, 2B2Tail is like the biggest, oldest anarchy server in Minecraft, and they patch every hack. They also patch dupes. I think anarchy just means FFA.
They still let you use hack clients, so...
Yeah, but they patch a lot of the things in the hack clients all the time, and many times the hacks don't work. For example, they kept patching movement hacks all the time. Yeah, the main thing that makes it anarchy is there's no like protection.
There. Oh, we're almost.
I have been thinking though of rebranding away from anarchy just because people are confused about it. What do you think? Should I call it?
Make it modded survival and put like claims.
No, I
definitely better map.
I had better map, but I had to remove it. It was causing problems for the server. Yeah.
You're getting chased by a fucking horde.
Oh, here's your void. You can finish up your thing.
I didn't realize you were fighting them.
Oh, there's one more here. You can get more void. Yeah, so for me, like, anarchy means no claims, and so like anything can be griefed or destroyed anywhere, and also no policing of like speech. People can say whatever they want.
Wait, no claims like censorship?
Yeah, there's no censorship. You can say whatever you want.
No, I mean, I thought you were trying to say the claims mod puts censorship in the game.
No. I mean, like, there's no claims, because it's kind of annoying when you join a server and you see, like, everything's claimed for miles, and you can't even grief anything. Do you have a cart?
You didn't grab it?
I'll just buy one then.
Yeah, I was gonna buy. Is it more or less than 95 cents?
It's $5, I think. 5 loosh. There, I bought 2.
I'm surprised they did it. No, you shouldn't have bought one for me. I was gonna use the daggers.
Oh shit.
Awesome.
Yo, can you fix it? Oh, I guess I got the rail.
Right, I'll give you a head start. Yeah, I lost my stamina and then I...
Yeah, I guess Dagger travels fast, eh?
Pretty damn fast.
Yeah, do you have any apples on you?
I had some on my base. Do you want to turn back?
Camels are crazy, eh? If we tame one of them, that would be something. But you know what Hytale really needs to add is animal breeding. They still haven't done that, and just to fix up animals in general.
All rideables are crazy. They all move pretty damn fast.
Yeah, the ram is super cool. But he has low stamina. Whereas the camel doesn't drown, I think. So he's invulnerable to, like, drowning.
That's good.
At least he was in Hytale Update 4. I don't know if that changed.
I'm just casually having a conversation with someone on my cart.
You're like faster, eh? That's dagger jumping is really fast. If you combine that maybe with the stamina potions, then...
Yeah. That's why I have like 5 on me. But they used to suck. I haven't like learned how to use them with it. And it's really useful to jumping at like high places. I can go up that.
I need server explanation. Semi-vanilla.
How are you on controller? Are you playing on like a Steam Deck or just actually using?
No, I just got an Xbox controller plugged to my computer.
Why did you? That's very questionable to me. I like the keyboard so much better on like Minecraft games.
Oh, it's better for me because I have injuries, so the ergonomics of it, it's better.
I see, yeah. You're playing one-handed or fingers?
No, I have both hands. It's just my shoulder's fucked up, and the weirdness with the mouse and the keyboard just makes it worse. Whereas with the controller, it's like both shoulders are back the same amount, and it's better.
Yeah, no, it's so much more comfortable.
Yeah, I'm just reading my server explanation stuff here. I have to talk about economy block. By the way, I'm gonna try. I'm working.
It's gotta be annoying to type commands.
Yeah. So world border, I'm having my dev change it so that it's gonna upgrade. It's gonna expand by like 100 blocks every day, every real life day, not an in-game day. So it'll just grow on its own that way, and slowly make the world bigger.
I was trying to be on like the edge of the world. Ooh,
yeah.
I don't think behind you.
Well, currently the way I've been running it is we just. Oh shit! It gets bigger by 5.
Almost dead. Here, drink this.
Yeah, I have nothing to heal me. How many potions you got? You got like a good supply?
One health and like 5 stamina. I've been like looting places.
Yeah, I got some void. Like, we should bring the void up to your thing to upgrade the bench.
I mean, we already got it. It was in the feedback chest. We just need to do it.
Yeah, this is cool.
Wait till like good 15 or 20 seconds at the facility.
He should have just sent me a TP request.
That's what I was thinking. Just going home and like asking you to come.
Yeah, if you get some apples, tame a horse, then I can get around a little quicker. We also should test horse versus daggers.
It's gonna cut pretty close. Their sprint is very fast.
Okay. If you get tomatoes too, camels are really good. Yo, do hogs just keep spawning? Like, are these the same from before?
I have no idea. I don't know. How do you tame? Oh, I have hunters, right? Yeah.
I think you probably would just have it in seed form, right?
No, I got 7.
I'll put away that void in here. Alright, where's that workbench?
The mod loot chest. It's the one I'm looking at.
There, I made you an Arcanist workbench.
Nice. Yeah, I'll fix it.
Are you gonna put in like a floor and stuff?
I was thinking about it. I don't know. Here, let's put it next to the builder one over here.
Alright, next you gotta get yourself an ancient gateway. Do you have any cobble?
No, but
we could
go for teleporters.
Yeah, there's a lava over there, so I can just use that as a cobble generator. Well, you should just go AFK and have yourself like mining the cobble. I do that a lot on many servers.
AFK mining, you got like a generator or?
Yeah, like I'll show you.
Oh, so like
where there's lava and water, it'll generate new cobble, so you can come back after like an hour of mining AFK the cobble, and you should have a full inventory.
Wait, I don't want to see it right now. We don't have to go there, but can you sell cobble? You said.
Yeah, you can trade cobble for other blocks.
Oh, not money.
Nah, but you can get all the blocks, like except for volcanic blocks. You can get all of them by trading cobble.
That's cool. I'm not much of a decoration person, but I'm gonna go back to the house. Try to tame the hogs.
Yeah.
I thought you were trying to take me somewhere. I got a
No, I'm trying to bring you some cobble.
Stone chest. That's next to the stone over here. Yeah, I don't really want to build the ancient gateway right now.
Oh, I already built it for you.
I missed my healing totem mod. I made a mod that. Ooh, nice.
Oh, do you know how to make mods?
Not like very complex ones, but like simple things. It's pretty easy. It's so much easier than anything.
Okay, so my join screen thing is currently, like, the guy who maintains it doesn't update it very well. What I want to do is have the exact same thing as I currently have, except I want the quotes to change. Like, I want there to be a random quote that shows every time that you see it.
Yeah, that's a little out of my line. I don't know how to change the loading screen. But what I can do is like make new tools or items. I had a faster healing totem mod, which worked so much better. It lasted. It was so much shorter, like the duration, and it healed so much quicker.
Like, you actually programmed it yourself, you didn't just buy it? Yo, follow me through this Windrunner build. I mean, sorry, you didn't just download it from CurseForge? Like, you didn't download it from CurseForge, I meant to say? Yeah, see that? See this thing? If there's... Sometimes there's one or two of them that spawn. If you loot all the chests in it, it's a lot of loot. And then you can keep like, speed running this over and over. I've done it so many times. Oh my god. They killed one of their own. There's a chest down here too. Yeah, I'm down here. I'm just looting the chest in the bottom. Boy, this whole area regenerates each time you go through the weld, so you don't have to worry. Like, you can get bookshelves here, you can get all kinds of stuff. Oh, I'm so close to that.
What's the other mods I made? I made a faster healing totem. Better daggers. I tried tweaking the better dagger mechanic. That's the one I got it from a mod. They tried to do something, but I just kind of made it better.
Do you know how to, like, take a mod that's already exists and just, like, look at its code? Like, figure out how to mod it so that you can then modify it?
I'm not really looking at code. It's just a Hytale, like, the mod creator thing that comes with the game. It's literally in, like, the creator tools tab. It's all in the game. You kind of just have to go in a creative world and tweak whatever. You can copy any item or any attribute of an item.
Okay, so, like, you wouldn't know how to make something like better maps, for example.
Oh, definitely not. Nothing like UI based or like nothing that uses like core, especially. I don't know how to code. Period. I'll like file Well, I first started manipulating JSON files. It's just like Notepad++.
Yeah, I do that too.
Kind of moving in there. Watch like the small YouTube series.
You can get a lot of high roller chests from this place.
I did upload them to CurseForge, so you can look them up. I don't know if they work with the latest version. Probably do. It's just extra items.
Yeah, this is also a good place to get ocean clay.
Where'd you go?
I was saying it's a good place to get ocean clay. Yeah, looting this place is the best. Are you up there? Oh shit, I fell.
Yeah, I just got up here.
Yeah, so you can get a lot of ocean clay around here once you're done, like, beating them all up.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I almost died.
Me too. There's also Farron villages here, so you can get a lot of Farron stuff, not to mention the memories of Farrons.
Should we go to the other tower? I found out.
You only have 6 minutes to raid the place. It's pretty short. It really needs to be longer.
The void one does give you a lot of void.
The void. What do you call it? The Dreadwade, I think it is. That one gives you tons of void. I got a lot of stuff. Yeah, I picked up a couple chests while I was there, so...
Just put everything in the right one. I marked at least the block ones where it would and... To be honest, with the ores, you can just chuck them in the furnaces.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give you 100. No wait, actually, that costs a lot. That costs 300. I'll be broke if I get 100. I'll just buy 10 more.
100 what? What were you gonna give me even?
Cobalt ingots. It costs 300 for 100 of them.
I probably wouldn't even need 100.
Here's 10.
Oh, to upgrade all these? No. Fine, I don't need to upgrade my friends that fast. Three efficient ones are more than enough.
Yeah, these things seem to be glitched. Like they just stay open now. They didn't used to do that. That was weird. Yeah. Yeah, so if you need any building blocks, like you can just farm cobble, trade it in that one shop, and then you have whatever. You can put yourself a nice floor, marble floor or something.
I got a nice walkway here.
Yeah, trade blocks is the one.
You can sell tools, right?
Sorry, what? You can sell crude tools.
Not like all the other ones.
The other ones you gotta scrap them. You can, yeah, I don't. You're better off scrapping it and then just keeping the scrap. I could add that stuff to a shop.
You probably should.
Yeah. I have a guy who buys the loot. Like scrap swords, you can sell them.
I kind of want to get some, just do a kill. Just so I can have a teleporter.
Yeah. That'd be good, then you can get around easy.
I'm surprised you don't have one.
I gotta, like, farm some stuff. I'm just working on the server most of the time. Always fixing things.
How much does the... Wait, which one you said gives you a lot of money?
Apple trees.
How much does one apple sell?
25 cents?
Wouldn't it be just better off in the early game just to like, before you get the apple orchid, just to like build crude tools and sell them? Because 15 cents is a lot.
Is that how much they go for?
15 cents, yeah. That's what you can sell.
I don't know. I think it's more effort than.
Actually, no. Sorry. If you go with the hatchet, no. Yeah. Sorry. It was 15 cents.
I don't know. What do you have to do to make
it?
them?
I guess you $4.
Which shop are you looking at right now?
Sell loot.
Oh, it's a scrap sword. Oh, you can actually sell boom powder, I guess. I have Trock armor, by the way.
Isn't that a little weak?
Yeah, but it does. It says it increases charged attack damage by 3%, and then the boots just says 4%. So like it has special stuff that it does. I think it increases attack damage.
Yeah, I know. When if you're playing dagger, yeah, that's pretty good. Cause I would rather have the Turok one over thorium, at least on two of my things.
Yeah.
Cause just makes your charge attack crazy.
There's a whole bunch of Outlander gear too. That's cool. I gotta go water my garden because the sun has risen. I want to get it all watered before it gets like.
You gotta log off. It's getting late. I gotta sleep.
Yeah, yeah.
And then maybe sometime.
Yeah. Do you have any friends that you can invite?
Thank you.